Oh, come on. There we go. We got it. Whew. I was worried there that it wasn't going to work. Unplugging and replugging the microphone USB miraculously gets it back into OBS so that I get my green bouncing audio bars that weren't there at the beginning and you couldn't hear me. So that's what I was trying to show you with sign language. So I don't think there's a way to get from this screen. So this screen, or one of these anyway, it was just yesterday's stream. Do I have to click end stream? Or is that just showing up like that because I'm currently streaming? This is today's stream. This is yesterday's stream. It's not live. This is weird. Not sure why that says it's live. I mean, I am live on today's stream. But this is yesterday's stream. You can see the date there. I should probably name it something a little bit more. But anyway, I was trying to get from this screen back to, well, really to the main studio screen. So it's studio.youtube.com, which it's this white background one with this create button to go live. That's how you get there in the first place, but it doesn't appear. Maybe there's got to be a way to get back there. Like maybe it's one of these settings or pop out dashboard. Error. You need to change the video resolution. Yeah, it keeps telling me that, but fuck off. I don't. It seems to work. I think it just doesn't like my resolution, but it seems to be working. I think it's just downscaling it a little bit, which is fine, I guess. All right, so I don't know. I have a headache. I ate a gummy this morning and have been kind of zooming through my notes for a few hours. And there's some interesting things in here. I did a lot of work on the file and path structures for the WebOS, and this is really important. So let's go over some of this stuff. WebDir. So it's basically like you have the web root is just a directory that can be anywhere, and inside of there you have all of these paths, like path. So some that I definitely need already have our framework. It's where the code goes for the framework. It's an actual web page that you can load and render. I don't know if I set that up yet, but it will be. And basically any string. Whoops. Anything but any string is a path. Folder, web page, web module, really. You can import thing from thing index.js. So the index is like the page content, but also could export something like a usable module. I haven't really gotten that far yet, but I think there are some. Well, it's basically, do you want it to auto render or do you want to encapsulate it in a function so it can render later, sort of a thing? Rendering for views or whatever it does for other things. But okay, so now the thing I was saying here is you could have modular modules. So the thing needs content. And I was thinking the content module could be a module you could add to anything that's going to represent, well, so content module would be that thing / content. And the thing could be a topic, an idea, a post, a page, whatever. And if it wants to have its own kind of chat room, that's the content. And so it's kind of like comments, chat, users, activity, feed, streams maybe, video lists, like playlists, leaderboards. So I think maybe users, just to be clear, like the user module would be the class for a single user. Users module is either a collection of users or a user system manager object, which is basically like allows anything to have users. It's like a team per topic. This is a cool idea because if you're trying to create a mastermind community and you wanted to organize people into different groups, now every single page, even a comment on anything, is essentially its own little mini team. Like it has a user management system where you can look up all the users that have participated in that comment. And to do that, you would have to have like path to thing, and then users, and then Beeblebrox, and then I just got sidetracked for a second. Should it be web JavaScript or just JavaScript? I think JavaScript kind of stands alone. It can't exist without the web, even though it's mostly a web thing. I think it could also be here, but I don't know if it just, this points to that, and so you just don't, does JavaScript not have a page inside web? Web is definitely a thing, a page, a topic that we need. So I don't know, just having like arbitrary content. The way that I start generating content, I don't know if I'm going to write it all out or have users, contribute things, but I'm envisioning a web editor that allows people to kind of collaboratively create lists of things and then organize them and comment on things and whatnot. So the way that that's all structured, still got to figure that out. But I think, let's put a question mark here because I think maybe not. I'm not sure why this keeps going orange there. It's like a regular expression looking thing. Path to things. Path to things. So that's any topic. Like this could just be a page or like a topic and then a subtopic. And even a comment, but I don't know. I was thinking all the actions could be user based. So actions modules. So like all actions are authored by a user. You could have AI users, but it's a good way to track and store things. It's like the primary folder essentially. So in that regard, you sort of don't want user-based stuff saved at each topic. But so this is what I've been kind of bouncing around in my head. Users are the primary storage mechanism. Should certain info be mirrored? I think that's a good place to, if instead of mirroring it and having like a separate folder for it, you don't need directories for all this shit. You could just have it as data within a file. So I definitely don't necessarily need to do that. However, creating a module essentially that might need its own directory. The thing about using a file instead of a directory is that you can't put new files in it. I mean, you sort of could. Yeah, I mean, I think you could just have a big bloated file, but I think generally creating directories by default you can't necessarily always do it, and it would create massive bloat. Like, you don't want to just create directories when you don't need them. But generally speaking, setting up directories to store modules that might need to adapt and improve, like just having the folder structure there, might not be a bad idea. Because you could always come back and convert it, I guess. But and creating these file system based functions essentially that are robust. Write some user testing, automated testing essentially, so that you can spin up big file systems, generate out a bunch of shit, copy stuff, move it, like test all the basic API plumbing to make sure that when you upgrading code and changing shit, that your basic unit tests and user tests even don't fail. And then, but there's a lot of simple API functions for just fleshing out. Well, if you're creating a module system that slaps a new directory onto anything to store a bunch of data, that's you're gonna need to create directories, create files, and you kind of want to do that. You don't really want to have to write hand code out the file name and the file contents in code. Like, you want sort of like a directory, a template directory that you can copy. So in that case, if it was like, let's just say this is at framework. I don't know, maybe this is less a framework and more of a platform. I don't know if that really matters, but I'm thinking, like, I don't know if the content stuff is... You actually do kind of want all this stuff at the lowest level, right? Because if you're just... Whatever web app you're trying to make, like, you really want a strong basic feature set. Comments, users, data, files, all the things. So let's put it back in framework. This framework's going to get really big then. And so this is going to be... Whoops. Framework/content, maybe as a module. This is a class, and inside of here is what I was thinking would then have the maybe you just call it in big letters a TPL or something, like the directory to be cloned as the starting point for module data. Maybe this is pretty minimal, but now you just have a spot where you can add a file or add even a module. That gets kind of tricky. I don't know if you want to run modules automatically from the file system, where your primary kind of configuration point is just dropping these directories inside of other directories, and then it just works. I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking could be a nice thing, so that if the thing breaks and it's not even working, you can at least just go in and access the file system and click into folders and see what's there, right? Like, it's a pretty nice fallback structure. But man, I got a headache. I'm just looking at Mabu's thing here. Thankfully, I was telling Mabu a bunch of shit about my plan, and he said he'd help. I'm not sure how much time I could extract from him or how much help I'd get from him, but if he's willing to help, he's like one of the first people. He actually signed up for the web app, so that's kind of cool. I was showing him a screenshot. In fact, I think it's right in here. I sent him a screenshot of him signing up. That's his email address. He approved my Google app, which is kind of crazy. All right, so let's focus here. A lot of these things are way ahead of where I'm at right now in terms of just the level of complexity to get these modules kind of pumping data. Like, it's basically building out a file system that is a website using simple modules. And now the tricky part is once you generate it, can you edit it? And that's going to get kind of sticky, but I think so. And especially if the data inside of here are mostly JSON files, then you're just importing them. Now, you kind of have to fetch them, I think. You can't actually use an import statement on a JSON file, which is probably a mistake in my opinion, or just, hasn't been implemented yet. But the point is, if it's raw data, then you can pull it from anywhere. And so you can write, it shouldn't be hard to write programs that can pull in all the data even. Like if you wanted to load up the entire file system, depending on how big it is, and pull it all into memory, you basically load all the data. And then you could, you'd use JavaScript to just loop through it if you wanted to filter shit or do complex logical things, moving stuff around, deleting stuff or whatever. I do think having a user interface for doing kind of complex selections, like whether it's path matching or logical operators to be like, find me these things but not those things. There's a lot of potential there for features and confusion. Feature fusion. That'd be a good meme. What icon are they going to give me for this one? Ooh, that's cool. Police siren. But it's kind of like radiant and catch your attention. What are we thinking here? So I can't do all this stuff today, and thinking it through is important. What's kind of the first thing that I could start working on here? Well, doing all the file writes with my directory code is, it works, but it's not clear to me exactly what the user interface should look like. And building out like a file system, like, okay, so I get the file system working where I can create a new file and drag and drop a file to move it around. It's like, okay, well, I can do that already, so that doesn't help me that much. Now, if other users can do it remotely without having to do anything, if they can use my website to help build out the content, that's a huge win. But for that, I need a file system. I don't know, does it have to be can it be a single public file system? Probably. How could that work? Well, I was thinking about using the Elastic file system or Google Cloud's file store or whatever. There's a bunch of different file systems, like networked file systems with APIs, but I don't think, none of them really looked as like perfect, or I'd want to understand exactly what it's doing. I don't understand much about file systems. So, well, one thing I was thinking about is, well, what if I just create a page for file systems, and I need people who are familiar with file systems, like UI, UX, NTFS. Is that a video thing, or is it just NFS? I think NTFS is for video. Whatever the heck it's called. Web APIs, like designing the file API, it's file plus directory API. I've already done a bit about it. It's sort of just like read, write, update, delete, move. But there's a lot of like path-based shit. I guess path-based shit. And directorizing, like syncing dir data to a JSON file so it's usable, saved and usable. I've already done this. Like, I'm not sure if any of my public websites have that visible, but I could definitely do work with that because, well, especially if I could create custom icons and kind of do what Notion's doing and have a little more flexibility over the layouts and stuff. Creating a system to do it is way harder than just doing it, right? I'm trying to create a system, and so I'm thinking it through at a deep level and trying to think like exactly how is that going to work, because that's what I'm aiming to do and what I would need to do. And the sooner I get my brain pointed in the right direction and kind of dig into some of these tricky questions. But the problem is thinking it through at the deepest level, asking all the little questions often slows me down. So that's interesting and tricky. But okay, so the file system API, it should be a remote thing, right? So it's like, you know, IP, then or domain name or whatever, but it's basically like the web root if it's an HTTP request, and then path. Yeah, you definitely want path specific requests, right? I think it should be in the request, and to that, you know, it's just sort of, it could be redundant in that sense, but socket requests should be path specific. Yeah, no, so socket requests are not HTTP requests at a specific path. So, yeah, but they basically need to have a path, and that path gets a little tricky. So that's part of the whole file system API that I've worked with before, but it makes me a little nervous. I haven't written tests for it or anything. It's a little iffy. But yeah, so the EFS is Elastic File System by Amazon, and ChatGPT told me it syncs in real time, but not sure how. Like, what libraries? Is it using open source stuff? Like, can't you just do this with Git? I mean, how long does it take to sync with Git? It's usually pretty quick. I mean, it's not instant, so you have a lot of them. It might take a while, but doing it with Git seems like a really good idea. Like, Git UX. Create a UI for basic with in Git. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like IDEs these days are doing it. That's a pretty complex thing to do. You have to think through a lot of working parts and be like, wait, so how does this work? What does it look like? Where do the buttons go? What do they do? It's like branches, merging, conflicts. How about pulling, pushing, adding, committing? Generally, it's actually just those last things in that order. It's sort of like first you pull, then you add, then you commit, then you push. Whoops. Pull, add, commit, push. And could that run on a loop? Like, could you just automate that and have real time? It's not real time, but it's sort of like, you know, every few seconds it could check if it needs to push, and then it does. It just does a quick save and launches the shit to the server. So if your computer blows up, then it's synced. It seems like a good idea. It seems like it probably wouldn't be that hard. It's just a file system. So like if you're just creating new stuff, then there's never a conflict, right? Unless you have a naming conflict. But if you can avoid that, then there should never be any merge conflicts. So you can just, so then you can just auto push basically. So, let's see here. Well, I think that's actually a really good way, because then you don't have to worry about what the Elastic file system is doing. It's like once you add that, if you build your whole system on top of this Elastic file system, then you might find that it's a little bit wobbly at times, right? So how do you, I mean, I think S3 buckets are the best way to store massive amounts of data, which is sort of what I'm looking to do, but it's probably not the best idea right now. I generally just think, I mean, maybe GitHub can do it, or maybe yeah, I mean, like, So right now my workflow in the past couple days, each time I made a change, it was like 1, make change, 2, add, commit, push, 3 was Firebase deploy. So it's sort of like back it up to GitHub and send it to the server so it's actually live. And then it's you have kind of like a mirror of the same stuff here and here, and so it's a little bit, it could be automated, I guess is what I was just thinking, but maybe I don't need anything but Git and Firebase. Well, so what if I want other people to be able to do the shit? Okay, now we need either Firestore, or we need some way to store the file system data. I don't know. Do I use Git to like GitHub rather to? I think it might be possible. This is crazy. It might be possible to make GitHub commits, GitHub commits via a static web page. I'm not sure if Code Sandbox could help here. It probably could. I was sort of impressed, but also confused by their product, and it didn't work. I couldn't figure out how to make it work, and I just kind of frustrated and was asking them. And I think sometimes just like certain projects aren't configured to work the way that they think, or that they've have it set up, and so in edge cases you don't really have full control over their system or something. I don't know. It was weird, and there's it's very confusing which is a client-side sandbox and which is like a server-side node service type thing. But I'm thinking I might need an actual server. I might need to, and Firebase I think can do, I don't know if it can do some sort of virtual machine for free, if they have a pretty healthy free tier. Well, if all it's doing is doing some minimal file system stuff, and then how do cloud functions have file system access? Let's ask the computer. What did I just say? Do cloud functions have? I'm guessing you can mount something, and that there's a way to do some file system stuff. And so if I wanted to create like a, where did my pencil go? I must have dropped it somewhere. This fucking thing rolls all over the floor sometimes. Where did it go? Did I leave it upstairs? I don't think so. There's no way I left it upstairs. Where did it go? Well, I have to go find it. It's my thing. Can't believe it was in the chair that long. I didn't realize it. I thought it was when I can't find it, I often drop it on the floor, and so I have this like, where's my spinner pencil thing? So what does it say? No cloud functions like Google Cloud Functions or AWS Lambda don't have access to a traditional file system. You can read write to temp, but it's limited. And ephemeral, which I think means temporary. That could be more than enough data. Half a gig? Right? Like, that's a lot, isn't it? I don't know. What kind of data are we going to be working with on this web file system? Probably just less than that. So, the idea of the cloud function is it's spinning up a machine, it's doing the task, and then shutting down. And I'm guessing the temp is actually temporary. It doesn't save that part. So you could make it clone Maybe it clones just a directory of the repo, does the operation, and then sends the commit. I think if you have to clone the whole damn thing, it's obviously way slower. So that's a potential limitation of doing it that way. Maybe just having one server that's constantly running and has a copy of the repo, and sounds like a way better way to do it. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe Cloud Functions could do it, but let's see. So the general idea is I want to use GitHub as the database, or the file system storage is like the source of truth, or is the server kind of the source of truth and it just backs up to GitHub? I mean, either way, one of them's, they're supposed to be roughly in sync, and but maybe the server is kind of like, well, the server would be the first point of contact for any new data. Like if somebody's, well, now that I think about it, if I want to do real-time shit with sockets, then I absolutely need a server. So there we go. Yeah, and then the server can just keep a clone of the repo, and maybe every so often it does a commit and pushes that to GitHub so that it's so the code is backed up anyway. Seems like a good idea, actually. So like, and then if the instance goes down, like if the image crashes, which it might, then the server goes down, or at least so the Firebase static site should still be there. I don't know. Maybe I get away from Firebase entirely. I probably, if I'm already setting up a server, a custom server, to host the Git and whatever, then maybe it's just time to upgrade and do it the right way. But I don't know, there is something about using Firebase's suite of tools that does seem enticing. It's just, it's already been a pain in the butt, and I will want to remake most of those things, I'm sure. Like if I got a company going and I started, digging through all these APIs and trying to make it easier for people to create websites, then all that shit basically has got to go, and it needs to be way easier. So it's a good idea to learn to be self-sufficient, to not rely on a tool, but there are a bunch of things that it can do. I'm just, with the path-based file system stuff that I want to do, I don't actually want to put anything in Firebase's databases. Like, I want to use a file system, and whether it's backed up to GitHub or my own system or whatever, that doesn't actually matter so much, but I do think it would work pretty well in the short term. I mean, I can just clone the repo and have a copy of it on my computer, right? So it's a good way to back shit up, I think. And to do that, there would have to be a server running. I mean, honestly, I could set up my computer to be like a temporary host. And so essentially the central server could just see if anyone's who's got the thing cloned, who can basically host the Git changes, all the actions that are flowing through it. Anyone who just logs in and uses their browser. I don't know if the browser would be the best way to do it. Maybe you have to run a client or something. That's overly complicated. I was trying to think if I could have it run part-time on my computer, so that when my computer's on, when I'm working on something or whatever, it's just sending all these actions through my computer, and then I don't have to pay for, server hours, which makes sense and might be somewhat costly. If it starts getting to be 100 or 2 a month, and it could save me 100 or 2 a month, then why the hell not? I'm thinking that could be a thing. But obviously these are all big website problems that I don't have yet. So how does this work for now? Well, I don't know. Could it just be... I'm trying to think. Do I actually need to, or am I really considering setting up a virtual machine server type shit that runs 24/7 and accept the cost of that. And in order to make all those modifications, I mean, maybe, but maybe developing it locally without that first. And but it's like, if it's not live and people can't run with it, then I don't get to test that out and get a feel for how that works. And if it's only on my machine, then I can make stuff. But it probably would take me a while to get all the buttons and flows and data saving and loading and whatever. That's likely to be kind of a long, buggy process that's just, could even take years by myself if I can't get anyone to help me. So, let's see. It's basically that or nothing at this point. I don't know. My brain's already kind of winding down for the day, and I'm not sure if spinning my wheels is even a good idea. I think maybe just relaxing and trying to, nurture my brain back to a reasonable state of mind to prepare for tomorrow. Not a bad idea. Taking a break from all this bullshit. I do like to kind of try and end on something good, some vision, some next step type thing that I can actually look forward to or even work on. I mean, the user chat is this is the server thing, and I think maybe it is the best way. I forget, what is it? GCC? What is compute engine, GCE? I don't think it'd be that expensive. It's just a simple Linux image that runs my IDX, clones that repo, does all the shit. Hosts the site. I mean, that's the way to do it, right? Fuck all this Firebase bullshit. I don't want to have to deploy to Firebase all the time. I want to spin up a server that just lives there permanently. They have pretty good uptime, I think. If it crashes, it reboots. I'll have to look back into that. Hopefully server crashes aren't going to slow me down too much. I'm sure they will a little bit, but yeah, a single, simple server that clones the repo, hosts the site, performs, connects, socket connections. That's a big question right there. Probably a huge limitation is like you got to get a server fast enough to handle it, or I don't know. Maybe I'm sure somebody knows how to figure that all out. Handles right read. It's basically reads and writes, but I'll just say operations. Saves via Git. Backs up to, let's just say backs up via Git. The backing up of the Git is kind of optional if it's GitHub or my computer or whatever. That's definitely, I think, the way to go. This makes sense. I've been kind of toying with all these different tools, but I don't like, maybe Firebase does the authentication thing because it's working, and I don't know, I could maybe piggyback on it, using it as the auth, and then just doing the rest from, but I don't really want to host the thing there. I don't, do I need to? I think I can host it somewhere else. and only use Firebase for authentication. Seems like a waste or like unnecessary complexity. I'm pretty much just only getting a user ID, but maybe it's easy to just take that user ID and slap it into a folder and be done with it. Yeah, so like /user/ some long string, and then just use Firebase ID. Not a bad idea. Just use something that works. Am I overthinking all this? I think so, but building a web app's not easy, obviously. There's a lot of moving parts, and if you don't know what goes where, what kind of file system, what kind of file structures, like, I think publishing all of the files, all the data basically, in a very structured way like this, instead of having it just chunked into big files, you have all the little pieces broken up. You don't want too many pieces, but I think having the computer's pretty fast at loading new things, and the way that it is organized in that sense, it just makes it very accessible and robust, and you can delete shit quickly if you want. You can, when it's all get tracked. So that's another big nice thing. You don't have a database you need to sync separately. You don't need to do a bunch of database commands. You don't need to do a bunch of database setup and all the testing and stuff. It's all right there on the file system, and you can probably create easy ways to duplicate shit for testing purposes in a way that's, you know, suitable. So I do think the coin system is kind of interesting. So there's a lot of content modules that I think would help this out a lot. Well, the content modules aren't coins, but it's basically /coin. I think putting the trailing slash on there makes sense. This is basically, this is probably, you could have one of these pages essentially for each topic. But then you could also, you know, like the actual coins might be more user-centric. So user Beeblebrox slash, I don't know, maybe I don't know why I'm leaning towards users maybe. Well, and should it be different for the root one? So, fuck. Let me make a new note just so I have a place to jump to. Users. So we need a root user, maybe. And then we also want page users. Whoops. So yeah, so that I don't get it confused with the single user, which is also an important idea. Do people have like their own profile page, and would that be a /user? I don't know. Haven't really thought that through yet, but let's see here. Content modules would be things like page. For the coin, this would be per page or topic or comment or anything really. Like you could tip people anywhere for anything. Well, you're really adding the tip to a content thing. Like it's basically liking with with more money behind it, and it doesn't have to be a lot. And so um, you're basically like creating a knowledge system where everyone is contributing, like consuming and producing, essentially, kind of like a Wikipedia. But if the producers get tipped a little bit, then the more they produce and the better quality and quantity that they're producing, they're getting a slice of a potentially huge pie. Like if you run ads on this thing, then it's game over. So it's basically tipping. So any comment like button, layer, block, whatever. They don't all have to have a tip button. But you might, like maybe it just takes a few clicks to get to the, well, if you expand the thing, then maybe it's just part of like a content widget. The coin, the tipping, the commenting. So comment button, which is like a menu. It's really content. I don't know, what would it be? What would be a good content button? It could be the mastermind logo, but I think that's, I don't know. I don't think that's the right thing. Maybe though, it is. It could be for a menu. Click the M for menu, because my little logo thing does look like an M. So the button could be rendered anywhere. Maybe it's literally just menu. And automatically attaches to the parent and gets the parent's context, and then it's a menu for the parent, essentially, right? Like anything could have a menu, and the menu is just an icon button that will properly, when pressed, will properly either pop up or slide in or whatever. You design your different menus different ways. Frankly, this is, I was thinking a good UX, or like a appearance or design for it would be a little tab in the top corner, sort of like these little dots up here. You should be able to configure these toolbar areas so that you put what you want where. And the layout editor in this is not what you might think it is if you've ever used Figma, for example. Okay, so yeah, the content. Well, so this menu thing that is basically for content, for all the coins, for the comments, definitely. I think comments, plural. But I think for anything, I was thinking maybe it should be user-based. So all the things that can happen to anything, all the data is primarily stored in the user area or in the user folder. So back to the user modules, it's like, yeah, topic/users, and so you'd have topic, users, Beeble, Brox. Yeah, we could say topic, page, comment. Any drilling down to the most fine-grained thing. Then you have a users folder for it, essentially, that just stores all the actions. You could have an actions folder that stores everything, and frankly, you kind of want different ways to slice the data, and generally, you don't want to duplicate too much data. I would generally advise against duplicating the data, because then it's just more like juggling and file system writing. But it's like, is the entire object going to be loaded at once? So like if you load the comment, would it be comments in here? Like, because what other things might I do on this comment? Like, how about a /tips? So let's duplicate this and make this arrow key's not working here. Click in tips. But I mean, are you gonna have more than one tip for a comment? I mean, actually, you probably could. If you click the button twice, maybe it creates 2 little logs in there for each tip. I mean, it's kind of how you want a transactional system, right? Where it just grows and it like doesn't skip a beat, it doesn't miss any clicks, and they all just get kind of piped in there, and you know, seems like a decent idea. It's a little excessive to have all these directories for just tiny little pieces, but I kind of think it's not a bad way to go. But then the question was, if you load, well, it's really the page, you auto load all good comments, and that auto loads all comment data. So then it would pull in all the users and all of the stuff in each user. Essentially, it would just load all the users. This would with a user-centric system. But I was thinking earlier, maybe we don't want this, and maybe we don't want well, we probably don't want redundancy, right? Is it possible that these tips are just pointers to the original? That's not a bad idea, especially if it's, well, so maybe some redundancy is some redundancy. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is redundancy. You could have users, Beeblebrox, comments. So comments and tips and whoa, hello, what is this? Control-Shift-D, yeah, tips. You could have these essentially be all of them, and then have these just be scoped ones, and they're essentially maybe they're the files. Maybe each file in here is also in here, but there's more in here than there is in there, and so there's this overlap. And maybe the file hash matches, and so that's, you know, quick and easy way to just match up all the files. And but then you're writing the entire thing to both spots. So the alternative is you got to store it somewhere, and I do think having it all user-centric is a good idea. Like, I guess part of the idea is there is if you just deleted the users folder. If you just delete this thing, the whole tree just disappears. And so if you want to, you know, disappear essentially from the site with no trace, I mean, is that even possible or good? Well, if they've made a bunch of comments that people responded to, and the other person, you know, if it was all generally public and somebody was responding to it and they want to leave their side of the conversation up, well, once you engage in a conversation, like, you kind of need the other side. Now, you could the user reference could go empty, so it's sort of a hybrid in between. Maybe the username still exists and like it's kind of cached in other places. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. I think the alternative topic page comments. So the page has comments. So you wouldn't have page/comment. It'd be page/comment/comment ID. Inside the comments, you just have like this XQ9er. And then topic page comments XQ9er. What was I thinking? Oh, yeah, so then, well, so the comment is by a user. So rather than have it, basically be user-centric, then the comments are, I don't know, does each comment need its own folder? It could just be a file, like a JSON file. God damn it. Could be a directory if you need more space, but it has an author, right? So like, I think actually for something like a comment, this is like a decent endpoint. Maybe it could go either way. Maybe the index in here, so you definitely would have a topic page comments index.js that kind of becomes the, let's say the app.topic.page.comments. Yeah, so this file system to JavaScript path connection is very useful, I think. It might be kind of tricky at times. I think sometimes, it doesn't have to follow this structure, but when and where possible, I think it makes sense. Topic page comments. So in this bit, each comment could be, I don't know if you have like a index.json. Well, so the index.json could sort of be like the directorized thing. Some metadata about each file, a name, and so then it can point to all the things in there. That seems like it could be a decent idea. I mean, honestly, I'm just thinking about this, and the index.js is like a generated thing, right? So maybe it doesn't even need to exist. Like, if you're going to generate these modules, like for the page, once you add comments to it, which you probably would for all pages, you're going to generate this script that's going to essentially be a mirror of the /module/comments/index.js. Essentially, like it's the master one lives somewhere and you're going to put them all over. Probably not. Maybe with rewrite rule or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just built into the app in some sort of client-side routing where it detects the URL and sees that, okay, this has comment in the URL. Essentially, is kind of the gist there. And so it automatically does what it needs to do. Does this, one of the big questions, does this folder actually exist? I think it would. But then you just don't need to have the index.js because the app automatically loads kind of what would be that. But maybe this is a good starting point. Maybe I'm actually copying shit in two different places, and it does provide an override point, but I think having one single kind of, well, it's repetitive, and you probably wouldn't want to ever go in and edit it a couple times in a couple places. You'd never know if there was any changes, and then management just gets crazy. So I do think reusing and kind of like not having duplicate code is important. But in the short term, copying a file and generating, just putting it there so that it works with a static server, it's not a terrible idea, but I don't know if I want to start building out a ton of content in a way that's then going to be a pain in the butt to merge back over. So how would I merge that back over? Well, I have to think through what I was just saying about client-side routing. So topic page is essentially the URL. We don't actually need to load the comments page, right? In fact, well, if you went to the comments, topic, page, comments. If you clicked on a button for comments, then this just focuses and maybe loads more comments. Maybe you can hover over the comments button and see a preview. But it hasn't loaded all of them yet. It's just like caches a preview in the page. Maybe the page is like, maybe it's just a data.json, like a single file that loads all the things that have been cached and then it gets edited and updated. I don't know. Still trying to figure this out. Or maybe generating a index.js and having some sort of like edit control over it where it can be scanned in with like edit points essentially, just like markers in the file where the program knows how to replace chunks, and essentially you just are generating chunks of files. I think these are all potentially useful things, but I'm not sure exactly the minimal steps I need to get this thing working. This is the game of life. Fuck, man. I mean, as I'm talking about the game of life, it's like game theory. Is life a game? That's the big question. It's probably the biggest question in life, or at least one of the hardest ones to wrap your head around, because the more you think about it, the more you realize, like, yeah, it's a lot like a game. The more you look at all the kind of silly shit we do with tech and video and streaming and success. The amount of success on the planet is insane. And if you're struggling to succeed, it will make you go fucking crazy. Like, that's the gist of the game, is it's madness. And it's a little bit different than just the whole question of is life a game. This is sort of more of like The Matrix and Ready Player One and virtual reality and augmented reality and Matrix, Ready Player One, which is basically VR. We talk about AR. Real life is kind of the gist of all this. Like, I know I have a ton of notes already that are called real life, and I got linked to one recently. Maybe not, because I probably would have added an icon to it. Tractor. Real me. $10 a month. Oh man, that's probably like a good inside joke. Just ask people for $10 a month. Like, I don't want your fucking money. I'm joking. Don't give me $10 a month. But if I then frequently ask people for it, and they're like, "Wait, what? Why does he want $10 a month?" Maybe there's not somewhere to put the $10 a month. Maybe you just buy coins on my site, and then you get rich. That would be cool. Well, so what is real life? This is the big question. Is there a spiritual life outside of this one that's vastly different? I've never been there, don't know about it, and this shit feels pretty real. Painful. Humiliating. Bad. Sometimes good, but too much bad. So that's not good. So I think, all right, this is a good idea. Create locked content. This shouldn't be that hard. And, so creating simple little games that people can play on my website could be fun. Forums. OBS just freaked out again. Not sure why it's doing that. I mean, I guess probably just recognized that the internet had a hiccup. Who knows? What the fuck? Jiscus? Uses GitHub discussions. Lightweight, no backend. I've never used GitHub discussions. Is that different from the comments on like pull requests and shit? Uses GitHub issues. What? What the fuck are these words? Custis? Jesus Christ. Hawk 2? There are so many user chats. That's insane. Free tier, great UI, self-hosted or cloud, full-featured, discourse, best for full forums, can embed into static sites. So I think with a lot of these, you got to ask, well, who's hosting it? If it's cloud hosted, then you probably have to pay for it. And then and sometimes, the fees are kind of cost prohibitive for a startup project. And do you want to invest time learning the product and then realize the payment system is shit, or really it's like, are you going to spend money on a product you don't know and it might be a shit product? Like maybe the API just doesn't do what you want it to. So for that reason, I think it's userchat.io, not Userbase. I was looking this up the other day. There's this website. I tried Userbase. That's not it. It's for sale though, which is interesting. Userchat.io. I think this was it. Appears it's not here anymore. Let's Google userchat.io. It might take me there. Okay, it didn't. Userchat blog. Elixir. And I think I might recognize the guy. Who's this guy who left a bunch of notes and shit? Hey, Vabehav? It's an interesting name. I'm getting some like clicks on stuff. I haven't been on Medium in such a long time. I don't know if people are still there. User chat makers and employees. This is probably it. Wait, what? I think it was blue. I don't know if that's it. Rich Peterson. I don't know if that was the guy. I thought his name was Tyler or something. Yeah, it was userchat.io. That's what I'm searching for. Images, I think is what I was thinking in my head I should be doing here. Let's see if there's any remnants of this thing. There's this website and it had like those little like icon blocks where there's a whole bunch of features. There's a feature section for userchat.io and userchat.io disappeared. It was like auth, streaming, comments. There's this new one called Get Stream or something I was looking at. So just for the record, I looked at this several times, but Get Stream, I think. IO. You can go to demos. Did they remove the demos? I was here a bunch of times. Maybe you have to go to stream chat, I think is what I searched for. Build a chat app. Explore demos. God, why isn't that on their homepage? This is like all you need. It tells you everything, not everything, but it tells you like what it looks like, how it might work, purposes. This is like a really good product demo. At least in the sense that it works and you can click around and see what it looks like. And so they're basically showing you that, I think, this is all customizable. It's more of an API for building these kinds of things. This guy's still kind of creeping me out. I don't know why. I think it's AI generated. Not 100% sure on these. AI is getting creepy good at drawing people. So, yeah, I did this a couple days ago or yesterday. Last Monday? No, that wasn't last Monday. Was it really? No way that was last Monday. That's crazy. Maybe it means this past Monday. Like 2 days ago. Right? Today's Wednesday. I don't know why when it said last Monday I was thinking a week ago. Like, no. I'm confused. But this is cool, and this is basically what the user chat was. And so it's like I could I could try and use this. It looks like it's React based. I don't really like React, but I could get it to work. If it's just a drop-in solution where I can then create pages with chat on it easily, then that would be cool. But all the chat then gets put on their server, and I don't have access to. I can't customize like how their API works and like what kind of data you can save with it. Maybe they have a user data system. The user data is actually really important. It's like what kind of data comes and goes with each comment or request or authentication or whatever. It might not be that important to like. Maybe there's plenty of features and the drawbacks of using this thing isn't enough. But okay, so as a user interface designer, I'm already thinking about, well, what kind of layout, what kind of styling, do we have full control over the CSS and HTML and all the shit? Because it's basically, these are blocks that you get, and can you edit the blocks? I've never really gotten to a good templating workflow where I was like felt confident with the design blocks and was just able to build shit quickly with them. It's always kind of like, this kind of works, but not exactly what I'm thinking. It's always like long and slow, and it takes a long time to figure out what goes where and think it through and get the right styling that works. This is a pretty decent website. Lots of the boxes and stuff. Boxes around all the icons. So I don't think I'm going to try and do that. I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to, I don't want to waste time learning something and then having to give up on it. And that's what's happened like every single thing that I've ever tried to use, like Webflow and, Figma I'm sticking with, and Notion. But, even with Figma and Notion, the ones that I like and I use, they're still, have feature confusion and, they're not perfect, I guess. They're pretty good, though. So what am I thinking here? Create locked content. It's basically just minimal amount of user data. Can I store user data with the current Firebase thing? I don't think so directly. I think you have to use a different service. Let's ask ChatGPT what it thinks. I'm using Firebase auth. So Google sign in works. How do I, all right, let's see, what are my options for saving user data? I don't want the NoSQL database. I'm not familiar enough with. Is it a file system? I don't know. Real-time database. I think that one maybe is discontinued or something. I was reading something about they have all these different things. Cloud storage for images, files, image docs tied to a user. That could work, but does it do directories? And can I host them statically? Or, I think the EC2 with a Git API is pretty much all you need. I could create a little console on the. Maybe I could use Code Sandbox as the editor. I was just thinking if I could go to the website and edit it there, then maybe I don't have to develop locally. Developing locally and trying to keep track of like all the different technical differences between using localhost and. That's just a pain in the butt. Now, I think editing live is, the production site, you'd have to have good rollback features and whatnot. And if it crashes, then probably need like a backup system. So if the main one crashes, then it automatically restarts, or I don't know. But I'm kind of leaning away from Firebase authentication. I spent so much time getting it, a couple days getting it working, and it works, and got a couple people signed in with it. But it's like, just like all the other things I've tried, it wasn't easy. It didn't feel good. It seems like it's got way more questions than answers. There's all these different tokens. And it's really, the benefit of using Firebase is so that I can then not have to spend so much time building other shit out. But like I don't want to use it. I'm coming to the conclusion I don't want to use any of this bullshit. So then why use Firebase auth? Well, it's set up and it's working, and I get a user ID, which I would have to figure out a whole system for that. And so piggybacking on that temporarily might not be a terrible idea, just to kind of, I hate hacking shit together, just plugging it together as quickly as I can to get it to work. But these are the kind of like development sprints you have to do if you want to get anything done, especially if you're a scatterbrained person like I am. I have very limited capacity to focus on one thing for a long time, and I'm always second guessing what I should be working on, because things take a lot of time. They usually take way more time, and so the things that you can get done in any reasonable amount of time are like, well, it depends. What are you trying to do? And with code stuff, it's like you're juggling ideas, and turning ideas into like reality is the game of life, I guess. So let's try and slow the brain down. Maybe I just need to breathe. Maybe I just need to slow my brain and stop pushing forward so hard and let it recover for a second, which is, kind of counterintuitive to streaming, because when I'm streaming, and obviously nobody's watching, but it's that pressure that keeps my brain going. Well, so what I was thinking about the game theory thing, and I started writing down all of these paths. So, well, I guess this could go into this locked / content. So I was writing down all of these like 2-word / combos, and the idea kind of was it was one word times the other word, and could equal the opposite. So I was just trying to figure this out in my head, like put any 2 words there and kind of cross-reference them, and then like is one of them, is it useful to have a page dedicated primarily more to one than the other, and so that if these are 2 different pages and render content slightly differently, so that like, well, it's, to be clear, it's locked / content, or it's content / locked, and this might not make sense to anyone, so let's use web / JavaScript, or JavaScript / web. Any 2 concepts, any 2 words, any 2 pages. It's sort of like in my notes I often will do like web times JavaScript. It's just sort of like take these 2 ideas and just kind of shuffle them together, or mix and match, or compare and contrast, or whatever. And they are sort of the same thing, like JavaScript / web and web / JavaScript, but like I guess the only thing you could take away here is web is primary, JavaScript is secondary because it comes secondary, and then here JavaScript is first, web is second. So it's like this one could be a little bigger, and then web, it's sort of like, well, it's going to use different size headings, but whatever. I think you get the idea. But the idea behind all these paths, so I have real life, I have, well, so /coin was like a module thing for points. I mean, I think I would like to use, it'd be cool to create a like system based on coins, and so to give out likes, you're basically giving out coins. Maybe you earn coins just by like clicking around and viewing things. That's actually an interesting topic. So, or system. Didn't I make a coin? Let's make this one /coin. So it's get a coin when you view something, and the producer gets a coin also, and then give the coin to the producer if you liked it, is basically the idea. So then you're either keeping the coin and being selfish, or you're breaking even and being like, yeah, you can have that coin back, and good job, because I enjoyed it, Connie. Coin. Okay, so yeah, so basically pennies for likes. Get 1,000. Well, so these are definitely likes. I was thinking pennies for views. Getting up to dollars for likes would be tricky, but what if a coin... It would make the most sense to peg the coin to the dollar. I don't like the word peg anymore. Been using pegged for anal and in my notes, and it's a bad word. All right, so basically 1 coin equals $1, and well, so you get $1 just for watching a video. Maybe you have to complete the video. I don't know. There's different types of content. If the content has proven itself, then, you know, the reward is sort of for like learning something, right? It's not as much about discovery. But then once you have content that hasn't proven itself, like the cringe. Yeah, some of these are module, like the coin thing is a module that could be applied to any other page. In fact, cringe could too, I guess. Like it's just sort of an idea that could be applied to anything. Anything/cringe is like, you could, I mean, people could add little modules to anything. Now, the more it makes sense, the more it gets coined, essentially. That's crazy because, you know, coining certain phrases or whatever is actually a thing that people already use. I mean, I'm kind of getting the sense that all this shit has already existed. Like, I'm not doing anything revolutionary. It's just bringing it to this planet a little bit sooner or something. Which is also crazy considering how much I'm failing and like how little people are helping and what a bad world we're living in. Like with all the bad shit that goes on. I'm not saying like I'm a perfect person, but I'm trying my ass off and failing so hard. And, well, all these systems feel like so lacking. Like we have no truth. We have no good app systems. I mean, there's just so much complexity. It's almost as if it's designed to slow people down. Well, it's designed to like bait you in and get you to start learning, but then like struggle enough that you can't actually finish. Sort of like trying to get somebody to solve a Rubik's Cube without knowing how. You know, it'd be a cool activity is if you had a room, fun Rubik's group activity. So step 1, get a bunch of random people together. Give them cubes, ask them to solve. Soon enough, the ones who can will. Probably make it a race so that they don't hesitate or whatever, think too much about it. And then the rest can't, clearly, and won't because of how the cube is set up. But then you could have a plant. Someone who knows how but doesn't, so they can surprise everyone. And it wouldn't be much of a surprise if you knew they know how to do it, but the experience is for the plant. They get to act it out. They know how to solve it. I mean, maybe you have somebody prove they know how to solve it so this doesn't all go to waste. But their job is to act like extremely happy, satisfied, and proud that they've figured it out. And maybe a bunch of people watching, I don't know, like you could really set it up where, you know, people watching don't expect it. And so it's just this whole like spectacle. Spectacle. Whoops. something worth observing, like watching an experience. It would be a little bit tricky, like you're tricking people. Um, and then it ruins the whole thing. Like if you can get people to feel like, that amazement, like, wow, this person figured it out. But maybe it's just a joke that, like, I don't know. It's just a funny thing that I was just thinking of. Like you could set this up, and then why was I thinking about Rubik's Cube? I don't know. I could rewind my stream and try and figure it out, but that is what it is. And so setting this up, I think it wouldn't take me that long actually to make the file system work quickly and accurately on a virtual machine, but it would take maybe weeks and months of dedicated effort to like see the thing through. And maybe hiring people could be a good idea. So maybe I could talk with Sabrina about getting a budget and maybe spend, I don't know, like I need a number and I need to be able to have, the problem is that if I spent $1,000, for example, on freelancers to help me with the framework, how far does that get me? I mean, $1,000 of freelance work, I get decent results for $5. I've never tried 1,000. And I think if I were to kind of like work with people to do little tasks kind of as like a collaborative coding exercise and just put like a $20 for medium tasks and maybe $100 for really large tasks, like once people prove that they can get shit done, I mean, $1,000 is 10 really big tasks. So what kind of tasks would be a $100 task? Well, I mean, creating this file system and getting the file system API to work properly. And I don't actually know all the different function names and how to necessarily set all that up. I think using the sockets is kind of a thing so that it's real time. I think having a log of the sockets is important. I think making it as simple as possible and using the sockets to create so it's sockets, all the things. So file systems definitely uses the sockets, the logging, RPCs, remote procedure calls, basically just calling functions on the server or the client, like pushing. So pub sub is another thing that I haven't really done, but kind of a sort of remote event system. And then you have, actions and logging and, all those things. That's basically it. Oh, I was going to say the CLI, like execute arbitrary commands. And this is sort of get, but you could have a get UI that's sort of, uses the CLI. So that's a good, and this is the file system, which is on top there. Okay, so this is all the kind of short term. Getting these to work would be a bit of a trick, but I don't think it'd be that hard. I've done actually all of these things a little bit, or at least no one of these things is something that's outside of my grasp. I could chop these off one at a time, maybe, one a month for the next however many months. I don't know, maybe I spend $1,000 a month and just see what happens. Like, I don't know. The fact that I'm using cannabis gummies to energize my brain is partly why I can only work for so many hours a day, and not necessarily. Why is this thing reconnecting? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can twist my wife's arm into agreeing to that. She might just agree to it. I don't know. She helped me by signing into my app, and the authentication is definitely, well, so I haven't covered, or I haven't figured out user data yet, like at all. And the user data, as I was kind of jumping around here, is very fundamental to the whole system. You have on any page potentially all these actions that users can take and lots of users, and you want to be able to control who's doing what and where. And so actually a file system with, you know, robust permissions and logging, access logging and roles and teams and sharing and unsharing and all that shit, that's obviously super important for any web app. And so getting that done right is I don't know, what could a user page be? Could this be a page for each user, like a profile? Maybe. Maybe the user can save stuff with local storage. I mean, honestly, they can. So maybe I don't need any user data. Maybe they all just save it locally. Can I save files in their local storage? I think you have to like mock it up and essentially serialize it, but I don't think that would be terribly hard if it's files are basically just strings with names. But it's not ideal. Having it backed up to a file system is better, so that if their computer blows up or if they clear their cache or I don't think a hard refresh would do it, but I think sometimes the local storage can just expire, can't it? I don't actually know all that well. But what I was thinking is, could I create a user team? A user management system is so essential to all these web apps. It's like one of the most essential things. If we look at where the fuck did it go? Did I pop it out or something? Where are the demos? Here it is. Oh, a different one anyway. These, you know, the users are everywhere on a website. Like your profile, that's actually not a bad spot for it. You know, like if your profile's always in the same spot, I think that's where Discord puts it, right? Let's see if there's different spots here. What is jaunty? The fuck? Connection error? Not a good sign here, folks. Yeah, relying on somebody else's tech is maybe a bad idea. I mean, they seem like a big company. I'd probably trust them initially, but this looks bad. All this coloring here, they're switching themes. Somebody must have thought that this theme looked better on the dark theme or whatever, and hacked that switch in there. Because it jumps to a darker color. Anyway, so users are... Can I get out of this, or is this just it? Yeah, all these little hover things. This is like the UX that needs to be... We need a UX tool to create complex interactions in a very structured and kind of robust way. There's oftentimes, so often, whether it's in Figma or in Notion or in the web or whatever, I and probably many other designers and developers will get into a spot where you're just not sure what's going on, and you got to inspect it and figure it out and maybe start over, and just like, I don't think that needs to happen. I think you could get to a spot where, all right, so we have profile here, we have user avatars being littered repeatedly. If it's the same person making a comment, just put it underneath, right? Like, this should be kind of like a context window, almost. Now, if it goes back and forth, you probably might want to relabel who's saying what, obviously, right? So you kind of need some spammy context. I think generally it's almost less important than the comment itself. It's just a bunch of bullshit comments in here. You can put videos in there. Embedding stuff in these little chats, it's like, shouldn't it be full width? Why make it smaller than it needs to be? And why have all this like letterbox shit? You know, getting the right layout for things is tricky. Generally you want it to just automatically resize properly. Like, this hugs the content and fills the area. Hugs and fills. hug vertically, fill horizontally, but you need like the aspect ratio. It's sort of like to get something to fit properly. It is kind of a tricky dependency loop, isn't it? Because if the height of the whole thing depends on the aspect ratio, or essentially basically well, so if this thing that you're embedding can be resized to fit, and you want it to kind of fit at its aspect ratio the right way, then how tall is it going to be? Well, it depends on how wide the container is. So you kind of have to like creating a layout engine. I think could be pretty tricky. Oh, it's a gecko doing a face palm or like a eye rub. Don't touch your eyes, dude. That's not good for you. All right, so Sabrina's home. That's Fifth Element, right? Is that Blippy? Hello? I'm streaming. I said I'm streaming to nobody. Okay, so having a page for the user, they could just, store their own user data, but I think part of me is like, just get something like presentable for the user so that they can have like, well, just to start moving the experience in the right direction. And I was kind of designing yesterday. I started designing like some potential UX for this thing, and I actually started setting it up on. I created a title bar. Where did it go? On the I don't know if localhost is still running. Let's see. Boom, title bar and embedded video. I mean, setting it up so that it's just a video and a button to push is actually a hell of a lot better than a form, right? It's like, don't even have to fill out the form. You literally just push the button, and then you do have to accept it. But then I get your email address, and I think it's better than the form. I do kind of like the idea of having this M as the menu button. I might want to edit it and make that the leg of the two a little bit longer, just so it balances out more with this point. But it's not actually bad, and probably not worth the time. But okay, so the file system is, if I have my own file system, essentially, if I'm not relying on Firebase static hosting, for example, then I can do a lot more things, like yeah, this is kind of cool. A landing page with a video and a sign up button. I'm like actually pretty close to having that set up. I could do that within a few minutes, actually. I have the video embedded, and I have the button that I could jazz up and make it look a little better. And then wouldn't that instill a lot more confidence in people? Now, once they sign up, what happens? Well, I don't think I can push them notifications just yet. Maybe I could. I mean, what would I notify for? Like, a daily ping could be kind of cool. Just like if you're going to be at your computer and I can send a notification, and when you click it, you just hop over and, like, I just see how many people I can get to click a button or something. And once a day, do a daily ping, just to kind of like well, it'd get repetitive and kind of stupid. But if the number of people could grow from like 1 to 10 to 100 to 1,000, that could be kind of cool, right? Just seeing a bunch of people flood in. And then what if, we pick somebody to share something once a day? Boom. Now you got a system. People are coming back every day, maybe. Maybe not everyone every day, but some people like once a week, some people whatever. So the authentication thing, and all right, so notifications are more a Chrome thing, I think. Or I think there are web APIs for it. Does it integrate with Windows? This is something I should know, but I haven't really spent time looking this up. But it probably would be a good idea because, well, and are those let's ask ChatGPT, are web notifications cross-platform? I don't know. Notes and ChatGPT. Are web notifications mobile friendly is really what I'm asking, I think. Can you give an overview how they work, how they differ from OS to OS, between platforms, OSs, and what kind of alert priority or settings or layouts there are? That's a pretty thorough question, I think. Let's see. How web notifications work. Permission prompt. Yep. New notification. Title with options creates a notification. Push API optional works with a service worker for background messages from a server, often with Firebase or OneSignal. So I would probably have to do that myself. I wonder if you could do like a web RTC type of a. It's really the signal, the handshake. So I was just thinking, could I log into my own website and send without everyone needing to be connected to the server? It's just like if my computer's connected, then other people can connect to my computer via the client side RTC. Well, if there's 1,000 people there potentially, then that's just going to blow up my computer. Scaling might be tricky. I'll have to figure out how that works. So display the browser delegates. The browser delegates the notification to the OS, which decides how it looks and behaves. Fully supported. Chrome, Firefox on Android. Limited support on iOS. Only works with PWA installed on home screen. Okay, no push support from background tabs. Layout is simpler. Fewer actions supported. No push support from background tabs. So send push notifications. Does this work on iOS though? So I don't know, it's conflicting information whether they would work well, but I think it's definitely something I should explore because it seems like, the best way to get people back on your platform essentially. And you want people to be able to get alerted when they want and not too much and whatever. You also want obviously a log of all of them. That's one of the big problems. So user data, right? I need some user data to do some notifications that are like person specific, unless there's just site-wide notifications to begin with, and so, you know, there's like a certain threshold that for what gets notified. I don't know. I'm not sure. Daily ping could work. So I think the web workers and some sort of like push API, how does that work? Do they poll the server, or how does a push notification work to like a PWA? How does a server technically push a notification to a PWA? Encryption keys, eh? Web push protocol. Your server uses a web push library to send an encrypted message to the endpoint URL. So it's basically like the end user is the server almost. This is how, and with WebSockets, this is kind of confusing. So let me write this out. Web push, it's generally to get push from server to client. You use WebSockets, and it's sort of an ongoing open connection, and you can just send or whatever. It's easy, but the point here is once the browser is closed, how do you send something? Essentially, their device needs to be like listening, and so apparently there's this. I don't know if Chrome does it. I guess it would have to be the browser, right? That's what's, or maybe it's also an operating level thing, operating system level, like Android or iOS or Windows or whatever. Is maybe it just patches the notification straight through, and the browser does minimal. Who knows? So I think the browser and OS might be involved here. Like, does the browser do anything, or can the web push service, I guess I'd call it, like send to the OS? I could ask service worker handles the push. Oh. So it's, yeah, service workers handle the request. These are like browser process that is allowed to run in while tab is closed. I don't know. Is it allowed to run while it's closed, or just while it's unfocused? I forget. I think it still runs. Vapid keys? What the fuck are vapid? Doesn't even matter. Voluntary app ID. Okay. What's a voluntary app ID? I have no idea. A lot of stuff to learn here, folks. All right, forget notifications. Got a lot of stuff to do. I haven't made anything today, though. I made a lot of notes and kind of exploring the future of the WebOS, and I really need to get more like shareable content. I need to publish some pages, and well, going back to the design, I don't know if just focusing on signups without having any content is good. I think doing them both. I think having a layout this actually is not bad. I kind of like it. I think maybe this thing could be a little darker. And could even have like a shadow on it. You can see. Kind of makes sense. But is this mobile friendly? Well, I mean, I'm just thinking what kind of stuff. Like, you could have a dashboard type of an area. I have such a big screen that I think for my dashboard, I'd want to be able to... I need to be able to organize things better. It's kind of one of the big things that's missing. I want to be able to drag and drop shit and start like crafting nice workspaces, essentially. So that's kind of an interesting breadcrumb here. It's a little bit too colorful, I think. Could be... I think breadcrumbs don't need to be all boxy like that unless there's some sort of, you know, reason to do it. So I was thinking through, you know, looking at Firebase's site here yesterday, I was thinking through all these navigation kind of visual indicators, like the active appearance. And there's probably some hover effects, like the spinning icons. But generally, the URL structure and the breadcrumbs, like having all this navigation, having like redundant navigation is almost bad, because then you're like not sure if are these the same thing, and it's not actually clear. You know, this is like Firebase documentation, Firebase documentation, so that's not terribly unclear. Okay, this one matches JavaScript API reference, and then reference here. So I guess that's not terrible. I didn't really notice that before. This docs here, I think, correlates to this documentation tab. So that works. That actually does make sense. It's a little like repetitive, I guess. Or, you know, we have two things up here, documentation, JavaScript API reference. I mean, I guess that helps you know where you're at, but like JavaScript API reference, does that correspond to like this block or this whole block? Maybe it's this whole block here, but what are these things? How do these relate to this API reference? It looks a little different. I could go click over there and try and figure it out, but that's not really the point. The point is like, how could you make it make more sense? I mean, these tabs, I mean, it's clear which one is active. I think those are just very tab-like. I don't think, you know, you have to make them look like the simple tabs. I do like the simple tabs. You have to decide how big is the tab. These are pretty small in height, and if you have it more of like a big navigation bar like this, I think it actually works maybe better to... It allows for more space if they're just kind of floating like that. I actually really like how that works. I think getting the drop-down menus to work properly could be kind of tricky. Could take a lot of time. You gotta think through how it's gonna respond when stuff starts moving around and stacking up and changing resolution, and menus expand and collapse, and like the resizability of any of these panels needs to be like carefully considered, because you know, you do want layout control, workspace control, but it can get wonky pretty quick. Is the search bar like, it's kind of just floating there. I feel like the search text input should be a little bit more front and center, or at least like, I don't know, just having the text cursor in a spot where you can start typing anything at any time, whether you're trying to navigate or search or whatever. You could have like a little, sort of like the search bar that is just sort of always focused. Maybe it's in the bottom corner or something. I mean, if you're trying to navigate, maybe you want to... Maybe if you push escape, you go to like a top search bar up here, so you're kind of searching from the base, from the root, so you can jump somewhere else. Creating a workspace where it's almost, I mean, thinking through an operating system, it's like, do you want tasks and tabs and projects? And like, you know, you could really get crazy with designing a custom workspace. And that is the advantage of having your own website, is that you can set it up how you want. The problem is getting it all drag and drop and resizey and flowy, whatever, is pretty tricky. So let's see. Building out structured documentation like this, it gets where you have to think about how many levels you want to support. So Firebase is like, level 1. Documentation is level 2. Let's go see if I can pull this actually up here. Where is it? Yeah, this is it. Docs reference. I would assume this is like the root reference page here. Documentation. That's weird how this is like, what is this? That looks way out of place. This doesn't lay out very well. It's not entirely clear what these are, or like where I should be looking or going, or like if it's even worth it. I mean, I think they're trying to like, here are some guides, here are some references or whatever. So the default one, when you click on documentation here, goes to the overview tab, which makes it jump around and puts this is completely unnecessary. It doesn't help anything. it's actually bad, right? But whatever. So what are these things? The text looks a little blurry, like in my screenshot and right here. I don't know if they used a different font or something, but maybe it's just that font and that size, and on Windows, renders that way. All right, so anyway, level 1, level 2. Level 1 is basically just the single root, and then, or are these level 1? The first paths, like, is this /docs? Yeah, it is. And then reference /docs/reference. If we just go to docs, can we click on this thing here? Okay, so that's the overview page. I wasn't looking at the bar up here, but docs, there, I don't know if, let's see if this redirects. Okay, reference, if we click on this up here, oh, it does go to just /docs. Or if we, I thought if we clicked on this it said didn't it say overview in there? I'm confused. Maybe not. That's a pretty clean URL there, /docs, and then reference is the next thing. So that's kind of what I'm thinking here, is like you want this path and navigation thing to make sense. Here's build, products dash build. Why isn't it just build /run, products dash run, whatever. Solutions. The menus are pretty cool. They look nice. They animate down. Well, so how many layers? One. Let's just do 1 and 2. Docs is 2. These would be the part of the third layer. Reference is 3. Like this is the third layer, and the selected one is reference. And then the fourth layer are these guys. This is API reference for different languages, essentially. Okay. So it's basically basic. I mean, these icon things are definitely helpful if you got familiar with this, but you're oftentimes just needing one and not needing to jump between them. So, I mean, it's good to have a feedback thing everywhere. I've been using these as much as I can. When something sucks, I'll try and let them know. It's up here at the top too. That's kind of cool. I feel like that should be like on the corner of the page. see if I could flesh out that idea. So if you have a page, like any of these little things, doing the corner UI thing could be a little tricky. All right, let's go in here and make a rectangle and put it in the top left and stretch it down to the bottom right and set the constraints so that it basically mirrors. I have to hold shift here to click on all the edges. Now this gray rectangle inside, which I'm gonna make it red for a second. I'm actually gonna shrink it and then, wait, what? It's not clear what I'm clicking on here. I have the rectangle selected. I want to click the frame and get rid of the background. I want to click on the rectangle only and make it smaller so the frame is bigger. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Then we can take this and actually I think we just take a rectangle. So we're going to see a problem here with just an inherent problem with vector geometry. I can well, no, I want to rotate this first. Let me make it a little bigger just to make sure. I think it's just trying to make sure that it covers and doesn't accidentally do one of these. We're going to cut off this corner with this thing. It jumped out of the frame. Let's put it back in there so that isn't part of the problem. We click this and this, and it used to be up high and now it's down low. Wait, no, it is over here. Two selected, subtract. Okay, chop the corner off. And then the other tricky part is I probably should have done this a different way, and I think I've done this before. So let's control copy this, control Z, 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 Z. There it is. Duplicate. No, I don't need to duplicate, I just paste. Okay, this is what I had. This is where I started, and now I'm going to duplicate this down and go in a completely different direction and delete this, make a new rectangle that's a perfect square, put it right in the corner. Click on it, delete. All right, I'm going to duplicate it first. Maybe I make it 100 pixels so I know exactly how tall and wide it is and don't have these fractional pixels in here. Definitely didn't stay in the right spot. We're going to delete the first one. This is 100 by 100 and snaps right to the top right corner. We still don't have this framed properly, but I think that's okay for a second. Whoops, I just dragged that and didn't want to. All right, so now we're going to duplicate this, double click, click on this, shift backspace to, it like removes the point without breaking it, basically. And I'm going to make this like green for a second just to see it, and the gray one is the full one, but we can double click this and shift backspace. And so essentially what we've done here is we've taken this square and created two pieces to it. And what we want to do is we want to remove the green part from the pink part and put the, I mean, this might, sometimes I like to do a trick like this where it's kind of shaded. All right, can I select this and control click this and then make them both bigger and hold shift so that they, okay, and now I can change the size of the thing. Now what I'm not sure if I can do is do constraints that work properly through one of these groups. I think that was my problem before. I might be able to fake it with multiple rectangles. The question is can I get this? All right, so let's, if I stretch this out, it's not going to work properly. If I select them both and stretch it, what happens is, well, number one, that's getting cropped by the frame. But what happens is if I pull it way out here, you can see how squished the triangle gets. It's getting fatter and skinnier, which you don't want. You want it to essentially just stick to the corner. And I can do it with this part, and I can sort of do it with this part, but if you want it to scale and not... All right, what I really need is I need the... I think I want this frame to just... Whoops. I don't want this to do that. What is this doing here? Constraints? Why are these like all turned on? It doesn't look like anything's selected though. maybe the constraints are these down here, top left, and this one is all 4. Okay, that's why it was being weird. All right, we're gonna turn this off and just leave it. Whoops, we're gonna leave this at top left so that we can recrop the frame. And now hopefully we can set all of these to be top right, these 2 triangles to be top right. The whole group, I think, actually wants to be stretchy. Hopefully this one did not. All right, this one got remapped as all of them. I don't know if, see, this is the problem. I don't know if you can set it just to, if it overrides it. So it looks like it just nixed the settings for this one, or maybe it just doesn't have its own settings because it's got 2 different ones. Well, let's give it a drag and see. Oh, baby, it works. All right, let me make sure this is actually, yeah, the transparency is there. This should resize too. Can I make it an auto layout? I think now that I need to do like a background type shit, which is a little tricky, but this works. I'm actually kind of impressed. I like how it looks, works well. It is also highly configurable. So you can create different colored pages, and in terms of adjusting the little page size here, we gotta do hold shift and then we can do it. We can make that a little bigger for like a smaller icon type thing. Oh, then you need to use K if you actually want it to scale with the thing. So that's kind of cool. Where was I going with this? I could sell these little things, put these on my website. Maybe this one should be white if it's in this spot. But what I was thinking with this thing is actually for my website, I would have a, imagine this is some big page here, and this would obviously be, in this case, a lot smaller. But it's basically a menu area. If you, and maybe it goes away. Maybe it's fully cornered when you're not hovering near it, but the closer you get to it, the more it kind of bends and slides out. And then at a certain point, and you could maybe have like a smart threshold system where if you move your mouse away from it, it hides, because you don't want it like, well, and is it, this one looks like it would slide the content over. It could actually overlay the content. So here's what I'm thinking. We have some content. What was that? Let's just make a fill. Whoops. Let's get some filler text, plugins, lorem ipsum, generate 3 sentences. Sure. And then I think this can hug vertically, height, layout, height. This is so annoying. How do you do? Why can't I hug that? I'm so confused. Doesn't this... I'm selecting a text layer. I thought I could set the text layer to hug, but maybe it needs like a layout to do that? I don't know. It's weird. If I shift A, then I don't really want to do that though. I'm confused. Maybe because this thing's not a layout, and so it's not in a layout yet. I don't know. Well, so the point here, let's just scale this up so it's sort of like full width here. If you were to hover this corner, or even move towards it, the idea is that, am I in the frame? Holy shit. Yeah. That it'd probably be this color actually. As you kind of roll over there, it like slides out this thing, and maybe you clip the corner so that it just looks nicer as it slides out, but essentially it slides out this overlay. As you move your mouse away from it, it disappears essentially. I could try and prototype this interaction in Figma, but it's probably not worth my time. I'd have to redo it for the real web. But yeah, you hover your mouse towards the corner. It's sort of like a menu, but it automatically opens by the time you get there. So like really just like a quick movement of your mouse to this general area and it'll slide out for you. I don't know if you'd want that. What if you were trying to click on click on something up here? Then it would get in your way. It would actually overlay and block you from doing what you're trying to. So I don't know if that's, I don't know, another thing that just came to me is, let's turn this back on. Maybe it could be a toolbar that's just more like, doesn't block anything. But then why not just have it there? That actually looks pretty badass. If you had like a right-hand toolbar there, you click on, and maybe these are kind of inline. I feel like getting some badass icons right here. Wouldn't that look cool? I don't know why that feels pretty sweet. A right-hand toolbar. Have I ever seen that before? I mean, I've seen stuff like this, but there's something about that just keeps hitting me as like, yeah, that'd be good. Do it. But what icons? Well, I could go look for some icons. Editor icons are, hello. Trying to sell me some driveway coating. All right, so I could look for some icons, hamburgers. It's kind of a cool, which one's the best? It's a cool idea to put an actual hamburger icon. That one's kind of cool. Is that supposed to be the meat patty? I could like edit this and make it better, but do you want to add a cheeseburger to your... The little plus sign's kind of cool. Is that like baked into the icon? Yeah. Well, so can we make this our background color so it's a little softer and make it a little bigger? Getting a good icon system so you don't have to manually resize these things is important. I would say if we go like 42 pixels, it's a pretty big icon. Where's my 100%? This is 100%. It's not terrible. It's kind of big, kind of dark. I'm kind of feeling the whole thing should just be, I don't know, more like 32, and then doesn't feel like it's taking up too much space. And but what does the hamburger do? What does adding a hamburger to your page do? But yeah, you can have a toolbar there, and well, so getting kind of hungry. Could try and eat something. Money moves mountains. I'm just reading my notes from this morning. Like, this whole asking for money thing is so annoying because I think it'd be well worth it and I could pay everyone back tenfold and then we'd all be happy. But it seems like it's going to be tricky to convince people to pay money. But I think the cool thing is if I could create a coin system, then, so I don't know, I kind of like the colorful icons, but those database looking icons. Creating a coin system, maybe it's just a dollar sign, but I don't know. I feel like a coin needs to have, yes, either some, the 3D angle is not what we're looking for. That one's kind of cool. Sort of a retro, low resolution, pixely thing. I was thinking, you know, seeing some sort of edge on it, almost like a poker chip. It's kind of got an edge. I don't mean actually seeing the edge, but just like a border. Kind of like that, but maybe a little more coin-like. I don't know why. Getting high resolution images for icons even that can scale well, I think is like an art that I've thought about a little bit. But basically it would look good. When you zoom in, you'd see a lot more detail. And then when you zoom out, it would, you know, that detail would just kind of like fade away and would be unnoticeable, but it'd be the same image, and it would just look really good at any resolution. It's essentially like better icons, but anyway, so let's pick one. Let's just go with this for now. Throw it down. What was this? 32. Let's do it. K. 32. Enter. You could add a tip thing here. I was making these proper color. Probably need to tone those down a bit so that maybe the hover state is darker, and the normal state is like a little grayed out. I don't know. This one just feels smaller. Yeah, it's almost like it needs to be scaled up to its full potential here. Well, so the idea of a coin-based system is if you can get people to log in and then, well, I don't know, putting a dollar sign on the coin is maybe misleading and a bad idea because they're not actually dollars. I kind of want people to think of them as dollars, but for now it's more of just like a web coin. And these look like drums, and I guess the C, it's more like a penny, right? I'd rather have a solid icon. This icon library is kind of iffy. That one's very coin-like, but a little bit, I don't know, the angle and whatever. Fuck, man, I just want a decent coin. Well, I could just throw that one back and think about it later, but the coin aspect is well, first I need the user accounting, basically. I need user data. It's just a number, a property, like coins. User coins. User Beeblebrox coin. Is it a module? Is it a property? So like it correlate to user.coin. And then maybe you have send user.coin.send other, well, other user. Something like that, right? It's just your coin property is sort of just your, like, you know, it's your coins. Yeah, that'd be cool. You could create a little system of economic marketplace. There's not many of the, I mean, like, Upwork is probably the best example of a monetized system where like people are working and getting paid to do shit, but there's not many websites where people, well, YouTube, I guess, people are collecting views and making money, going crazy and, you know, losing their mind trying to. Most people probably. Seems fake. Seems like part of the trap of life, but what do I know? Streaming right now for 2 hours. Nobody's watching, I'm sure of it. It's got 0 views on the little meter. Would I watch this? No, I probably wouldn't. Like if I were somebody stumbling upon it, I would leave. But I don't think anyone has ever stumbled upon any of mine, and that's the crazy thing, is that YouTube doesn't give people a chance. Like, ever? I mean, how many hours would you have to stream before it's like, okay, fine, we'll show your fucking stream to one other loser, and, you know, give you a view count. It actually make me happy, but what do I know? This isn't a bad font and not a bad layout, and I kind of like the toolbar there. Maybe I should whip this out. Doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work. It's just a prototype. But it gives a spot to put things. Honestly, I could create pretty interactive content just based on, you know, not getting it to functionally do anything crazy. It's just give people some buttons to click on. When you click these things, what happens? I don't know. If it were an actual... Whatever happened to... What the fuck is going on here? What happened to my... Is this the good one? This is it. I was moving so fast I like broke my thing and... Yeah, there it is. Alright, let's copy this. Did I just throw the... What is this one here? Is there anything in it? No, it's just a white frame. Oh, I took it. It was on top of this, I think, and I threw it up here. I'm so confused right now. I did duplicate this. I delete this. Now I have my thing. I had to get rid of these icons. Now I'm back to... Got my little page UX thing here. This is more like an icon, I think, than an actual... But I do kind of think the top right corner, maybe this thing needs a toolbar across the top and or side. And I was thinking, all right, let's throw this one over here for a second and pull this one back down. I was thinking that this maybe should be a actual like proper sidebar, and these things, well, then could go this way. Whoops. What happened there? Why is... This isn't auto layout. Did one of these get popped out? I'm just wondering why this thing is so small. It doesn't include that one. What the heck is going on here, man? Height hug, width. Maybe it's just chose a fixed width, but why not hug? Oh my god, that was weird. Okay, so hug your children, folks. Let's see here. I kind of want another coin. What else could go there? Edit. It's probably a pencil. Yeah. Don't love it, but it is probably the best thing. What's the coolest looking pencil? I could probably draw a pretty badass looking stylus pencil thing. I don't know, the line almost looks like the console cursor type thing, which isn't terrible. Alright, let's go with this one. Oh, what happened? K32, I think. Background, close this now. We can put this, there's an auto layout here, we just throw it in. Okay. So this one I was actually going to make, break this, dropper, this color. Almost looks like a microscope. I don't know, this is not a good toolbar, but this could be way smaller. I could actually make like it look like a toolbar, kind of giving it a... Alright, so we already have the thing. We give it a fill. We give it a black with transparent, so it just kind of does its thing. We give it some padding. This is a rectangle, and it should be a frame. We're going to delete this. We're going to make this the same background color that the other one was. We're going to put this in here. Can I make this an auto layout without it scrunching up? Apparently not. But I think I can then put this back. Oh, it automatically filled there. That's kind of cool. I think we want more side padding, maybe more top and bottom padding, but maybe this one just goes to the same color so that it's not standing out. It's sort of showing a hover effect, but I don't know if we need to do that. Maybe they all three need to be darker than, I don't know. There's something off. It's too much space, I think. Can I make sure I have the right one? I don't know. How do other this toolbar here? I'm trying to think what other toolbars look like. Haven't opened this in a while. Didn't even know this was still going. Toolbar buttons on the edit screen. I think there's a toolbar. These are toolbar buttons, just very like even weights. These have dividers in between them. That's a pretty nice toolbar. These are toolbar buttons. They can kind of just go anywhere. They're just floating there. No background. There's really no bar thing here, but well, there is like a separation between this toolbar area and the area below it. So I don't think it's absolutely terrible to have that coloration there. It's a little conflicting with the, whoops. I think it's this one actually that I need. I don't know. I think these colors would need to be reworked. But the idea here is that this is actually this could be a tab. What if? All right, so what if we nix this padding? Whoops. Control click, 0, enter. Okay, and then enter. Oh, fuck. Each one of these needs to be Shift A. This is potentially going to break everything. Shift A and Shift A. I don't think that's what we wanted to do. Let's see. Control enter, add 0 padding to all of them, and then add padding to all of them. It's doing funky business. All right, we're gonna go all the way back to undo all the auto layouts. We're going to frame selection and then Shift A, then frame selection, then Shift A, and then frame selection, then Shift A, and then Shift enter, and then enter to select all of them. Add padding, and then boom. And now with the padding, we can mess with this in a second. We're going to get rid of the spacing, I think. We're going to remove, well, actually I'm going to control cut this fill and put it on these two. And how did I do that with those tabs? How do you get it? It's on the whole thing, but this one has its own color. I might have to add the color manually. I was trying to add the color to these two. All right, we're gonna put it back on here. We're gonna move it off of these, and then we're going to take this color and just put it manually on there. Okay, now it's a tab. It's pretty clearly a tab, I think. Maybe we need to enter and add more horizontal space to let these breathe a little bit better. It's not entirely clear what the hamburger is supposed to do there, obviously. It's a little iffy, but you know, you could put whatever you want in any of these boxes, obviously. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't think I want to do that. So the problem here is I need essentially an extra wrapper. We could Shift A around this. We could then fill and enter this one and with fill, and then Shift Enter to the parent and then add padding to it. Whoops. We probably want to add top and bottom padding and then get rid of the spacing on this parent here to tighten that up. Layouts are crazy and I get confused while trying to build this, and sometimes it doesn't even matter. You can just kind of run with it and figure it out later, but getting it set up the right way allows you to do not that, but more like, how come these are not height hug? Delete these. If you get it set up the right way, you can run with it faster. You can like duplicate shit and it works. Those icons I'm feeling are a little big. I don't think it would be hard, now that the layout is correct, I don't think it'd be hard to scale this down. But I definitely need to be careful to select the right things. And I think maybe it's just this one, enter to select them all, K to scale them all down. I don't know, are these... So it says the layout for all these, whoops, the layout for all these is hug. I think it's all of these inside of it that have a fixed height and width that we want to mess with. So let's do that, K. I think I was going to scale them down a bit. Whoa, they flipped over. So I don't know. Definitely Shift Enter and V to get out of scale mode, Control click to adjust all the sides. Those are really tiny now. I mean, so as I shrunk it down to kind of match the text and the overall sizing and whatever, now they're just wedged in there and the spacing's a little, it looks crammed, right? There's different things you could do to fix that, but getting the UI to look correct takes a long time. And figuring out what goes where takes a long time. So that's a big part of the dilemma. What goes where? What does it look like? So this is unfinished. I was just thinking, like, you know, I was asking Mabu if he wanted to learn how to make badass software, and sending him like a screenshot like this. It's not great, but he should be able to see some of the lacking here and be like, yeah, that's, see what you're doing there. It looks a little iffy though. Well, farting around with it and messing with the spacing and going bigger and smaller, and it takes so much time that you kind of have to just pick something and go with it. That's usually how life works, right? Like, there's not enough time to make it perfect. But that is sort of the objective here, is that if you don't make it perfect, that looks a lot better, I think, than this little messy thing. This looks just kind of crammed and broken, and the spacing from this, the edge of this coin to the color differential here is, well, it's half of the spacing from this side to this one, and so it just looks like these two, well, especially the coin is just nudged way up there, but that's just it's like an unavoidable consequence of this without putting like special spacing in there. This looks pretty nice. I mean, this actually is what I should go for. This is a really big font, 240. Holy shit. Here's 100%. 240 size font actually would look fine on my screen because it's a big screen, but I don't know if I don't know how that would look. Well, so on the web, when you have giant screens, you kind of need a responsive typography system, and I played around with that a bit, and it works. It's not hard to use like viewport width units essentially as your font size, but to get it to work on mobile, one system that works, you kind of have to break it up into different breakpoints and kind of switch between different strategies to either make it big enough or small enough or whatever you're trying to go for. And I kind of actually forgot that whole thing. In fact, one of the things that I've always intended to do and never really done is create kind of like web docs. Basically, these web examples where I'll just create something. I do it all the time, and then it gets buried on my website. And, or not, or, you know, on a local instance or something that's not even published. And so moving towards like the future website, part of it would be creating levels of, you know, I'm not feeling this. I'm feeling like this is just not as cool. Like it, just get this out of there. Well, I was thinking it could be like a breadcrumbs thing. If I don't have Lou 42 anywhere, then how do you know where to go? Maybe I just let people figure it out and they can. I mean, it is kind of mysterious, and that M looks pretty badass. Not gonna lie. Yeah, so how do I organize all the things? Well, I was just writing it down today. I have millions of little paths that, let's go back through to the beginning of today's notes. I think it was there. Yeah, a bunch of random stuff to begin with. I was trying to write down like a better vision for the web OS, and the file system is a huge part of it. And frankly, that little file icon, well, this whole thing here is like a little file icon. You can put whatever you want on a file icon like this. We lost it. I did too deep. I think it's this whole frame. I don't know if making this an auto layout is even possible. Let's give it a shot. That would be kind of fun. Just basically trying to get this corner thing to work. So the corner thing works properly, but there's a number of different ways where this could be set up. Usually you're gonna have a fixed width and then you want this to fill, but this can't fill because this isn't auto layout. So once I click this, it's probably gonna jack up the whole layout. Boom, yeah. All right, so I think we need to Control Z that. I think what I really want to do is separate the background in its own layer just to keep it so I don't have to redo all the bullshit. So we're going to throw this out here. We're going to frame this then. Frame selection. And let's just call this paper. It is basically a background layer. And so usually you don't have to have a separate background layer. You can just add a white fill to it. But this is going to be the wrapper. And when we resize the wrapper, we want the paper to stick to the corners. And so holding shift and clicking all the edges, I can get that constraint to work. I'm pretty confident that's going to work properly now as I resize the wrapper. But now I'm going to click auto layout and it might mess it up. It didn't. Did it properly withdraw this thing? So we click this ignore auto layout, and now our constraints come back, but they got erased. We're going to shift and click again. Now, I think let's see if I lock this. Hopefully it doesn't actually lock it. Okay, so it's still going to obey that constraint. Now this paper is basically the background of this thing. It's really just this little corner effect that we're going for. Because normally you just push F, you make a white card by default, and you don't have to worry about any of this bullshit. But if you want this funky little thing that is not gonna get squished when you resize it, that's why you need special constraints and why that's set up this way. But anyway, so now, and I was just thinking, instead of, if I wanted to scale the tab, whoa. So this is locked and it doesn't scale, but if I unlock it and then scale, that's kind of weird. You probably want that to scale even if it's locked, because now I have to relock it. But anyway, I'll figure that out later. So now we put this back in here. Put this back. We hold Control to throw it in there specifically. We're going to need to switch the parent stacking order because it's not working properly Or maybe we just Control Shift left bracket to send to bottom, which really sends it to the top of the list. I should just switch it, but it's like, they need to fix this default setting to first is on top, like every other program. And then click the paper again, Control Shift. No, that didn't work. What happened here? I clicked the wrapper instead of the paper, Control Shift left bracket. There it goes. All right, now this goes to fill. And why is this height needs to go to hug, which should be default and automatic, and then click in here to give some padding. And that, my friends, is the kind of, oh, and this whole thing could hug. I think that should work. Boom. That is sexy right there. All right. Could fix the padding, don't really need to. Okay, so this not responsive, fixed positioning. This has a wrapper with a background layer that's formatted properly to, layout's not perfect yet, but to grow. And you could set it to grow sideways. Well, you could set this then width to hug, and then these go fixed, and it can grow this way. But the aspect ratio of the corner doesn't break. It's a lot of work for a little gain, but it actually looks pretty cool, I think. And I could probably do something like that on the web, and then have those kind of torn corner cards. Let's Control copy. Can I just paste it? Like, that went inside. We want to, maybe this should be this one. Can we paste to replace? All right, and then we're gonna enter. Let's just get rid of, well, let's not do that. Let's get rid of half of these. Let's switch this back to this way. Let's switch this to fill. Let's enter and set all of these to fill. Right. Oh, could have to shift click the paper maybe? No, shift click all these and then set them to fill. So there's a problem with having a background layer, is that when you, even if it's locked, when you hit enter, it selects it. So if you're thinking you're only going to select the text layers, oh, that's not what I want. Why can't I just drag that up? There we go. Can I make this bigger? Why does this have so much padding? 300. Shouldn't this have like 0 padding? Boom. Responsive shit is kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. This is way too big, but yeah, now we have a torn corner. This one should probably be, well, we're gonna have to unlock it or somehow select the right layer. I think it's this one, and I think it's this thing. Can I nudge this up? Boom. I don't actually know if that's what I want. It's actually getting closer to the background color. And if it's too close to the background, it just looks like there's something missing. But going too dark doesn't really work for me either. And I'm getting like maybe some white bleeding through here or something, or is this just an optical illusion? Maybe it's an optical illusion, but it seems like at this edge, there's like a little bit of white. Maybe I'm hallucinating that, I don't know. I don't like it any better than it was, so what was it before? I think, was it 8 before? I forget. Maybe it needs to be light. It's kind of a very subtle thing. But then you can hardly notice it. These are all the things, and it's kind of small. For this one, I'd probably make them bigger. I can do this one and this one. It's locked, so maybe I need to unlock it to get the UI. There we go. Make it a little bigger. This is way too wide, but like, anyway, I'm just trying to throw shit around and see what happens. So, okay. Where do I go from here? I would like to create kind of like a blog with articles and stuff. Where was my layout based? I already grab that one. Like, I'm just throwing shit around here. There was a, maybe it was March. There was a that's funny. It's actually kind of a high resolution little bear right there. All right, where was the layout thing? Here. These are the tropical layout. Yeah. Pretty decent text. Don't necessarily love the spacing in this or whatever, but it's not bad, and it's probably a good starting point. But I gotta code it all out if I'm gonna make this, and which one do I go with? They're all pretty much the same thing and just slightly different. And we got like navigation to think about, like how many levels do we want to support? Because if it's a system that you want to be able to use, you don't really want to just code out one level and then be like, wait, you know, kind of need to add another level and rethink the whole thing and then code it all out, redesign it all, and then have to code it all out again. So I have no idea if these things are responsive. Seems like they're a little bit, but not completely. The heading image, the banner image is interesting. I think it adds to it. It's not absolutely required, obviously, but offers a fair amount of interest. I think having the banner image as sort of part of the content area is kind of an interesting idea. Leaves you more space on the side, makes the image slightly smaller, but doing a full width, especially if it's a giant monitor like mine, doing a full width banner image like across a ultra wide monitor and making it not very tall is just like a very extreme aspect ratio. And so chopping it into, or keeping it, restraining it to this section here actually seems like a good idea. It's kind of like a, it's sort of like the T layout on its side. T layout would be with like, you know, just a top and a side, two sides to it. Kind of reminds me of like a Lego guy's waist and legs, or torso even, and legs. Pretty simple, but it's just like a 1 column to 2 columns, and this could be a header or it could be a section or whatever, but you know, 1 column and 2 columns, pretty simple stuff. This is just generally a header and 2 columns, even though it's small column. But this, what's going on here below that almost looks like something like this, right? We're like, this is the banner. I can make these actually like stick to each other with auto layouts, but yeah, and then there's like a header on top, and so there's a lot of different layouts you can do with just simple rectangles. And well, join our community. Did I make this button? Looks like I did. Probably copied it from another place. Having these things, you know, pre-made and ready to just drop into a design, it like really can boost the search bar. It can take a while just to get set up. You know, just throwing that stuff in there. Light mode, dark mode, handle all the sizes. I don't know, like design systems are crazy. The more you try and pre-build stuff, the more time you spend dicking around. And I kind of like this flow here, this big header with the search bar. I don't know, this is pretty big, but it's like if you had a good message to go there, it's not a bad idea. And I don't know, it's a little like if you don't know what the thing is and you need to read it, then you read it once, but you don't necessarily want it always stick in there. I don't know, like you could second guess and triple guess and infinitely guess all of the things to eternity. What color, what size, what shape, whatever. I do like this though. It's a little wide, but not too small or too ridiculous. So what if I just take this one, Control copy. Does that one have a search bar? I think it did. Let's flip back over to this other area and bring this in. I could potentially, all right, this primary is not the right primary. Boom, look at that. Just added some kick to that tropical layout. Creating a typographic system for any website is pretty important, pretty basic thing to do, but as you can see, there's already like 12 different fonts on this page. It's all, I think it's all Montserrat. Open Sans. What is Open Sans? I usually use Montserrat for all the other things I've been working on lately. Anyway, so yeah, I don't mind it. It's not bad. I'd have to look at like that. I've been having some issues with Montserrat numbers. Let's do a quick number preview. That one is a lot better than Montserrat's is pretty shit. It's especially, yeah, I mean, if it's actually not terrible. I kind of like how they look, but the one is just this weird blocky thing that's like, is it an I or an L or a 7 or a 1? It's not entirely clear. I mean, when it's in place like this, it's fine, but anyway. I guess we can leave those, why not? So that's the nice thing about fixed layouts is you can just slap shit around and this doesn't mean anything, it's just decoration. It could be like a serial number or something, but it makes it look more official, or maybe I should go over here. I don't know. Go at the top, maybe. Yeah, can't do the enter trick with these special layouts. Okay, so what are we doing? One thing interesting about comparing these two layouts here is that when we have this kind of space around the paper, it double pads it. In some ways it's wasting space. Like, okay, so this one here, if we select this area, you can see that this thing's like full edge to edge. There is spacing here, but it's like one container of padding from the edge of the container to the content. And there's a lot of it. It's pretty heavily spaced, but that kind of gives it, you know, the same kind of breathing room or whatever. Like, it's not too cramped in, but it's a lot more seamless, right? Like, this has a lot more like up and down, and there's 3 colors instead of 2 colors. It's like an extra visual thing. Now there's pros and cons to that. Obviously, you can use that to your advantage to help, organize things or lay things out, especially if you have multiple blocks. But if you don't, so one of the problems with this one is that if I were to stretch this out, let's duplicate this first and then actually see if it'll stretch. Putting this on a giant monitor, one single column of content stretched way out is no bueno. It's just a fundamental challenge of responsive design. So then you could, lock it in place, and you could either literally just make it stop here. Does the image keep getting bigger? That looks kind of wonky. If that was your screen, you'd be like, wait, why is this doing this? Or you do something like this. You have it hit its maximum, and then it feels so big here. Let me kind of scale this down. I think Shift Enter. Do I want to? No, just this one. That just feels a little bit better. This text is just really big. Anyway, you could have it reach its maximum width. Maybe it scales up and gets bigger so it's easier to read. So like, instead of viewing this that's kind of hits its maximum and still kind of small, you could take this and instead of stretching it out, you actually just scale it up. And then it gets really big, large font size, and you have to scroll more to read it. But from a distance, it's not uncomfortable to read. It looks like it's a pretty decent reading width or whatever. So that's not a bad strategy. It does mean relatively, like, I don't know if you scale up all the stuff so that these, if these take up more, if they're bigger font size, they take up way more screen space and you have less like area to work with. So you could actually have areas that don't scale so much. They could scale independently. There are so many questions about like the Giga layouts down to the mobile layouts, because at some point this disappears and you only have one small, whoops, probably does get small, but you can kind of imagine what a mobile layout would be. And yeah, so I don't mind the colorful headings. I don't know if all headings, like if this is an H1 and then that's an H2, would all H2s want to be primary color? These questions don't really matter, but it does sort of need to look good, and you do need to think these things through, and you don't really want to have to go back and redo them later. So I think it's worth taking a decent stab at it. Doing a search box, definitely outside my wheelhouse right now. Maybe at some point I can try and implement a search, but those little things could take months to get it to work properly. A week or 3 to figure out like what to do and when and where and why and whatever, and another week or 3 to like tear it all apart and rebuild it better because you've learned a bunch, and then another year or 10 to like make it actually work fluidly. And so I'm clearly wasting time. I'm trying to stay focused. I'm trying to think through what I want and what I want it to look like, and playing with some ideas. This is actually pretty close to like what I need, I think. I think getting some typography working. In the past, I've created test pages and tried to play around with the navigation, kind of like this sidebar thing for those test pages, and figuring out how to. So these are essentially tabs, more or less. Trying to do like the front side routing to get the tabs to work can be a little tricky because, well, I haven't done that in a while. Well, it's essentially just page switching, but you more or less need all of them to load at the same time. But then when you click on it, the question is, do you want the back button to take you back to the last page, or like take you back to the last site? And this is kind of another fundamental problem with software, is that if back or undo is supposed to do one small step, then you can't do. Sometimes you don't want to go through a bunch of small steps, and sometimes if it's just one big step, then you can't do the small step, and so there's really no perfect. You need to sort of visualize and see whether you're. But anyway, so the front end client side routing is tricky because you have to manage the back button essentially, more or less. You don't have to with tabs. Like tabs can be like a front end thing, and when you refresh the page it just resets. But generally when I tried to do tabs in the past, I tried to give like a bookmark to it, like a hash. Change the URL and give it a hash. So if somebody clicks on a certain tab of a certain thing, these aren't necessarily tabs, but they're kind of the similar idea. If they click on a certain one and then want to link somebody to it, like the link should actually go to that section, right? Not the whole, not the overview or the whatever. Yeah, deep linking into these deep content things is kind of tricky. Also, all right, so this is This is maybe too much for this scope right here, but the infinite content system. Let me just write this down because it's kind of a crazy idea. Infinite content system. The idea is that you can go deeper and deeper and climb back out and go deeper, and each thing is like a thing with more stuff, and it's recursive and as deep as it needs to be. So instead of being like a fixed structure where you have level 1, level 2, level 3, you have just root and then children and children of children and any arbitrary number of that. So it's like a tree. But then you need, okay, so on this one right here, we're apparently on the overview page is what it seems like, and this isn't really evident. This whole thing could be sort of like a tab look, so that this, it's not set up to do this, but if I gave it like a background that flowed into this area, so it was sort of more like a tab, that could be a certain approach to take to make this look like this chunk is actually active. The image gets in the way of that flow effect a little bit, so I don't know if that works there, but so I'm just thinking that out loud. We're on the overview page, and it's not entirely clear that this is like active. It actually looks like this is active specifically. I just designed it that way, probably as like a hover effect or something. But I don't know, having some sort of scroll spike. There's so many things that I've seen. I'm trying to think through exactly what would work best here. And whoa, bro. So how do you make it infinite? Essentially, each section like this is hardly different than, so like this first steps section with the content is hardly different than like the overview section with its content. It's just like a title and then content. From a data structure standpoint, it's like the label of the tab, which is the title. The title goes here, the title goes here. First steps is all matchy-matchy. And you can go deeper and deeper and deeper. And so part of that flow that I've thought is like, if you were to click on first steps, maybe each one of these is more like, you know, one of those icon items. It looks like more of like a button. And so if it's something that has content, it looks more like a button. So you actually, you know, you can read it and it might have a preview. Maybe it's interactive in a certain regards, but there's, you know, like a next button or an arrow button or whatever to kind of maximize it or to select it. And when you do that, well, if you have enough screen space, it could just pop over and become bigger, more or less, so that the sort of like you're activating it, right? Like this one is now more like this one. And so there you could essentially promote this little section here, this first section, into being the main focused thing. And then maybe the whole navigation sidebar kind of adapts. But that'd be tricky. Like, you know, so first steps could kind of become bigger and take the place of this overview. And if first steps has any sub-steps, those would appear here. But then, like, where does overview go? It would have to go, like, into a breadcrumb or something above, which isn't terrible, but you'd have to think through exactly how that would all look. So these multi-column workflows I've thought about a lot. I've kind of messed around with different things at times, but it's very unexplored territory, I think. Well, I mean, there's a lot of sidebars on the web. Almost every website has one. It's not, but the amount of variation and the amount of user experience and the amount of, like, just, I don't know, there's probably not that many variables in terms of how you can make it look to indicate which one is active and how many levels. But I've definitely seen 3, 4, 5 levels sometimes, and sometimes they're very uniquely designed where it's not like repetitive or reusable or whatever. And so it's it's sort of like a hard 5 levels, and after that you're just kind of stuck. Which again isn't probably that terrible. Maybe for most things 5 levels is too much, and you only want to do 2 or 3 levels. I don't actually know that. Well, I was thinking a lot about paths today, writing them down, trying to think through each page can have sub-pages, and certain paths, like real life, I can't height hug this. This is crazy. Oh, there it goes. That's what I wanted. Auto height. How is that auto height? That looks like a width or something. That's stupid. What was I just thinking? Real/life is sort of, well, there's a whole bunch of them I wrote down. I thought I was making a list of them somewhere. Users, coins, cringe. That's not really one I wrote down. Where were all the things? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much any idea, any string can be a page, but I'm trying to think through, like, these little combos. Like, there's a whole bunch of them. I was talking about web and JavaScript. I don't think I would do that one like that per se. Right now I have to create all these manually, and so it's a huge pain in the butt. And eventually I'd like to get a system where I can kind of create them with a user interface, and like we'll create and manage them so that I can edit them and rearrange them, and hopefully I have like a visual drag and drop system where I can move stuff around and put it where I want and make it look how I want. But right now I'm kind of juggling between a bunch of different tools and not really sure. Well, I'm trying to integrate a bunch of different systems is sort of what's going on here. So this is the path. This is it's basically lou42.com, and it is sort of this navigational level thing that I've been talking about. So this one doesn't have navigation thingies at the top, which could be a missed opportunity. You don't want it too crammed in, but there is a bunch of space there. I've often thought about using the logo as a... Let's not use this one. I don't even like that one. Let's use this one for now. It's pretty simple. Is this the responsive one? I don't think it is. Whoops. Shift enter. Let's get rid of this. Let's find our responsive one, which is this one. Alt drag to duplicate. This doesn't look like a proper layout. This whole thing is... Oh, this is an auto layout. This is a fixed layout. Can we add an auto layout to it? All right. That didn't break. But this is a rectangle, and we don't want that. And this is... Was this removed from the auto layout? Yeah. Wait, remove auto layout? No. What actually is going on here? I hate getting confused about these things. I think... Wow, what is... This is an auto layout here, right? Yeah. Oh, it set up the spacing to shove it to the right. That's weird. I've never actually seen it do that before. This looks interesting too, but I think we want to get rid of the padding. This should actually just be... I'm going to throw it over here for a second. We're going to put a frame right here. Switch sides. I don't like the... I think we don't want that. I think we want manual spacing maybe. I don't know why that's acting weird. Let's add a fill. I guess this is white. Let's take the drop shadow, copy, paste, delete this. This section here can grow, I think. Is this all the same thing? We actually want this to hug. Now that I'm thinking about it, this one could potentially be fixed. This should probably be set to auto grow. This should then have some padding. Oh, not this one. So this one needs to be framed, I think. And then this frame needs to be set to fill. And height, probably fill or hug. For maybe it's an auto layout. Yeah, it should be an auto layout for sure. And then hug. Okay. The reason why to do that is so that we can put some padding on this thing and space it out better. But why isn't this filling width? Fill container. There it goes. It's so complicated. I think we want this to fill. All right, now they're going 50-50. But why is it not working? What's the spacing on here? 0? I think it, well, this actually shouldn't be fill. This should be fill height, I think. Okay. And this one can grow based on however it wants. And now we can edit the spacing on this thing, and it kind of works properly. And this is way too big, but whatever. All right, so what was I thinking here before I was talking about the pathing and the these paths and the pages and the titles? That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's actually kind of cool. So when I scaled it, I don't think it was full width before, and then when I took it and I scaled it up past that, oh yeah, the blue area here goes to says fill here. That's a nice little interaction. It could be a little clearer, I think. Like there's red things jumping all over the place, but that's where the padding is. And if you like drag into the padding area, it's like, oh, you probably want this to fill. Yeah, no shit. All right, so scale that back down so it doesn't look so, it's actually huge to be honest, and this is still huge. This probably should all be, oh, it's only 35. I must have zoomed in. Let's try 20. 20 is a decent body. Font size is probably way too big this way. That's starting to look pretty decent as like a nice little typographic set. Way too much automatic spacing there. I think these are sometimes nice if they're like kind of faint. These are way too wide, but well, this thing is auto layout. Boom, put some padding on there. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Not terrible. We could generate some alternative content there just to kind of make it look less repetitive. That's kind of cool. And then I could start adding like little notes and, well, so I kind of want to see what people are interested in. This is what analytics is all about, right? Like, I've already made a Discord server and only very few people have commented on anything. And I mean, I could convince people, a limited number of people, to come to my site and check it out. Why does this feel so big when it's actually not that big? And now it's zoomed out. This is only 36 font. It just feels like it's 100 or something. That's only 66. Oh, it's already 350. Holy smokes. Well, I think the quickest route to just getting anything up is probably best. Like, I'm just picking, forget the torn edge or the folded edge. It does look kind of cool, but it'll have to come later, and I think I just need to lock in and get some HTML and CSS flowing. but it would be nice to have a better idea of how that's gonna work. Well, so if I'm at a sub page here, shouldn't the web thing be, well, all right, number of questions. Should there be a separate JavaScript page? JavaScript versus web JavaScript, and are they the same thing? One could mirror the other basically just by using an import statement to pull it in. So they could kind of both exist, but I mean, so these kind of concrete ideas that, like, I don't really want to create a JavaScript page, but I could talk about some ideas that I have about JavaScript. I mean, I could talk about maybe creating a JavaScript course, teaching people who don't know how to do it, because I think that's a good place to start. Does JavaScript need to be within the, I mean, that web/JS title there just looks pretty, like, sweet, because it's it's like a little code almost. Hello.
Friendly reminders, you're playing soccer later with Elijah?
Oh. What time?
6:30.
6:30. Alright.
So I will just stay, like, I'll bring the girls to swim class, then to gymnastics, and I'll just stay. Because coming back here and then going back there shortly after is just nonsense. I'll just go for a walk. And then bring them home when they're done. Okay? And
Does Miles need a ride?
not to get there, but can you bring him home?
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna be waiting probably because his practice is over at 7:15, but he's gonna be waiting until you guys are done. I mean, who knows, maybe, yeah. But yeah, you bring 8 miles home.
Okay. I was thinking about, there's a bunch of spiritual things that are interesting to talk about. But, like, so these 2-word things, it's not as important to have the second thing. I mean, there's a lot of cool things for each category. If it's a good category, it should have more things, but I mean, honestly, what I'm feeling is, like, you don't need the whole navigation just floating there. Unless these are super important. You could have the thing. This is what I was trying before. I was going to need a little bit of fixing here. Scale this way down. Oh. Is this got all that space? Yeah. It doesn't even need the slashes in there. That's kind of cool. I mean, that's about as minimal as, you know. Well, so this isn't Spirit, this is web, and this is JavaScript. That's one way to do it. So this would be like the web slash, maybe it's just JS is the URL. I'm going to use a different slug versus post title rather than having them actually match all the time. Not a terrible idea to have some control over. But these are conflicting now. It's also really tall. Is this line height what's making that box so tall? It's kind of a pain in the butt to use. I don't know about this. It's like, well, it doesn't have to be so big and bold, that's for sure. That's actually, okay, now it's less competing. Well, and what I was thinking is that it could be... It could be, this could be auto. I don't know if I'd make that dark, but the white one is not really going to work either. We need a light one. So we really just need to invert these colors, I think. So the grays go to... I don't think white is the answer there. I think it's black and dark. I think we just go lighter with this. Alright, let's try that. We can make a dark mode. Actually, a dark theme would be pretty badass. I think switching between them is probably not a bad idea. That looks pretty sweet, not gonna lie. It's like the path or the parent kind of category goes up there, and so it gives some context to the thing. But it's kind of far away from the thing, so like having some sort of breadcrumbs here. Well, are you going to want to click on this thing and do something with it? Like, is there a menu that pops up? Is it a link? When you click it, it's, you know, takes you to the web /web. This is basically what this would mean, is like /web. So it's a page for all things web. You know, I'd have a page for the web OS that would be /web/OS. It's not a bad idea. Should probably run with it. Sabrina said I gotta play soccer at 6:30. I got 2.5 hours here. Probably hour of brain power left, if that. Also, what's the left sidebar, and how does this go mobile? I'm sure a lot of people have thought these things through, and I'm sure there's a lot of options and pros and cons, and I'm not sure if I want to really dig that hard right now. I kind of just want something that's going to look acceptable at multiple resolutions. I think for one specific page, like for, you know, like one topic, like the web OS, for example. Well, I mean, it could be its own workspace. It could be more like this whole blob of shit here. So like OS, web OS. Maybe the title is web OS, not just OS. Its URL could be web/OS, and that makes sense as long as it's sort of not bad. And then having a left navigation that kind of is contextual to the page. The problem with that is that this navigation seems superior to this whole area. And that's kind of how it's bad layout. It's kind of how it's set up right now. Almost like a tab-based system. And that's not bad, but I do kind of like the idea of having more control over the whole space from a deeper level. Because sometimes I get buried in the weeds on these, where it's like 1, 2, 3, 8, 20. Like you get on a deep path, and creating a system that just kind of keeps working at the deeper that you go, so you can dive or you can dig deeper and then climb back out. that's kind of what I'm thinking about. And this one's obviously way too big. Figuring out these layouts is not easy by any means. How big is this? 4,000? That's about the size of my screen. It's definitely a little broken. Like, this is pretty small, this is pretty big, this is way too wide, and obviously a lot of just filler nonsense. But, you know, over time it could evolve. But what can I do right now to just get something up? Something better? And I do have that YouTube video embedded, and I think with a little bit of nudging it around, I could get it to look right. And the sign up button, and actually just kind of copying and pasting that around and being like, hey, I'm looking to build a team, and to do that, the Firebase login is apparently the only way that's sort of worked so far. There's so much potential for what you could put on a website, especially once you get users logged in. Like web apps, tools, content, activities, games, streams, a blog. Maybe I should go for, I can't go for a run before a soccer game or I'm going to injure myself. I feel like I need to take a break, maybe get something to eat. I don't know. Why doesn't my brain work? Well, it's been working for a few hours, I guess, but why am I kind of lacking any sort of clarity on this? I mean, there's just so many options. Does the search kind of, is this a contextualized search? Because that's sort of what it looks like, and I think that's kind of a cool thing that the web, well, software in general kind of misses sometimes, is keeping the context. I mean, it's so simple. It's like there's not even a slash. There's just, you know, it's just something web, some cool looking web thing. And this could be anything. But then what is why is that? Not that. Okay, well, so now the search bar is going to jump around based on the size of that. It's not terrible, especially because it is. There should probably be like a hotkey to jump up there. I mean, I kind of think the keyboard-based workflow, well, I'm just thinking out loud, what if that thing were down here? Whoops. Boom. Shakalaka. The shadows are now on the wrong side of the thing, but or maybe it's just the stacking order needs to be flipped. Let's see. Now we have a little shadow, but it is still kind of on the wrong side. Play with that, but that's kind of cool. If the page focused the text area, this was less of like a search box and more of just like a combo box where you could type in commands, write stuff, ask questions. As you start typing stuff, it like starts finding stuff for you. That's kind of cool. I think that could definitely speed up usability on the web a lot. So like it is sort of like a find, but it's also like a navigation. So if you see something on the screen, you can just start typing like the first letter or two and it'll filter down to that thing. So when you load up one of these things, rather than being this big sprawly thing, maybe I can find an icon list somewhere. Let's take a quick run through some files. It's gonna crap out, I think. I do have a check lists here I could steal, but, well, icon list it is. In fact, nearly any of these designs could be really cool in a different context. Whoa, buddy. So let's back up, and we need to select only the text. That's a pain in the butt. I think if I hit tab here, oh yeah, tab again, make this the BG, whoops, and then cut this out. Let me paste it in. Excuse me? Is it because it's underneath the paper? Jeez. Probably would just want all of these to be dark on this, right? Or smaller? Maybe this is just way too big. That's maybe part of it. Wait. I don't know. It's still a pretty big area to fill. Looks kind of cool. They're very colorful, and if you don't have enough color, like, you gotta be careful how much you use of it, I think. Well, so this navigation it's just naturally superior to this area, just the way it's designed. So you could have, for example, a sidebar that is sort of, what if I control D this? What if I draw a frame in here and then select these, shift A? It does go the right way, but what happened? That one went rogue. It jumped out of the flow, right? It's got the little thing around it, like it's not listening to, oh yeah, up here. Ignore auto layout, no. We want to put this over here, make it fill height-wise. Shift enter, get rid of the default spacing that is often annoying, sometimes helpful, I suppose. And then we definitely, okay, so we want to make that just like a black, very light black transparency so we can see where it is, and then mess around with this padding, because if we're going to have a left sidebar on this thing, then it's going to be, well, we're just taking up a lot more space. And in fact, kind of like duplicating these things just to see the progression of them. We're going to nix all of this. And now we're full size. This doesn't work up here in the corner. Probably just delete it real quick, but we're going to leave it for a second. And now this double sidebar is a little wonky, but is having some padding there better than none. So this is kind of back to that seamless approach versus the having this padding around the outside. But also, well, it's not clear that this belongs to this, and it could be. I don't know if you need the space around it. It does make it more clear. Definitely makes it more clear. Let's back up to this one. We could just reduce it a bunch. So when you don't leave enough space, it starts looking crammed. Also, you want all the spacing to be balanced. So there's tons of spacing inside here, which actually looks pretty good, but now comparison to how cramped the rest of it looks. Like, if things are crammed in, you kind of want the whole thing to look crammed. So maybe we just go back to that one. I don't even know how wide this thing is. I just looked at the 16,000. No, it's only 2,000. But yeah, so this sidebar is now clearly more. This could be white or like light gray. Does that look more attached. But it does look kind of, well, it looks like it's part of this thing, right? Obviously, and as opposed to the this sidebar. This sidebar looks like it's more for the app level type stuff. Now maybe if we were to go back to this thing on top, change the stacking order again, change the drop shadow to be actually below instead of above. If this list here, the sidebar here, were kind of like the sub elements of this thing, and then this was like tabbed in, that could be kind of cool. It's kind of what I'm sensing. Otherwise, this is like just completely separate, and like this, that's kind of cool. It's just like sidebar that maybe it's a toolbar. Kind of feel like it should, like you could have a list of icons that line up with this one. Definitely like this one better than this one. But I'm just trying to think this through. Hey, Penny, can I have one?
Yeah, but have you seen my Crocs?
Last time I wore them, I put them back.
You wear my Crocs?
What my dad used to say. No, haven't seen them. Did you check your room? I like the spicy queso better.
I could smell it in Sarah's, the red one, but now we're out. I usually eat the red ones first, then the blue.
All right, brain, what are we working on here? What goes where? How do I create a system to create content that I can expand on? I mean, honestly, I don't know how much content I'm going to build out with this simple, like, static server system, because I don't know, it could be highly editable and manageable via the proper scripts, like to go, but it's like duplicating templates is, maybe not a good idea. Doing code generation could help out with some of that type of stuff, but that's tricky and error prone, and just, I don't know if I got it in me. So this website's killing me. What do we got here? Let's take a step back. And yeah, like workspaces, having different types of layouts definitely seems like a good idea. And if you have a giant monitor like some people do, then filling in all that space kind of more efficiently isn't a bad idea. I mean, honestly, images are probably the most powerful thing for large spaces, like to fill a bunch of space. And my layout right now has 0 images. The little corner thing might get in the way of that. It'd be kind of cool if the image could have if the torn or the folded corner was part of the banner image there. That would be kind of cool. But okay, so I don't know, that sidebar there, it looks kind of nice. I think if I started putting shit in there was definitely a bunch of layout stuff I did recently. that. Yeah, this one. It's a nice little layout section. Here I was clearly throwing some stuff around. It's a different kind of app layout I made. Got some form stuff. I should just grab this whole thing. Why don't we put, like, oops, let's duplicate, drag that right here. Boom. Get rid of this tiny little thing. Doesn't line up properly, but I'm just throwing some shit together to carry it over. And I don't think I need this one. This doesn't really have anything else. I could probably just delete this right now, but we'll leave it. These are kind of cool. Let's take this and this, control copy, bring it over here. I do this a lot and it just gets messy and whatever, but sometimes it's, you know, makes things happen faster. Yeah, big grids. Especially if you have a big monitor, because like, does this wrap? No, it's stretchy. But you could have essentially, you know, no, that's not what I want. I just want to do another one of these and another one of these. And shift them around a little bit and then stretch it out. I mean, the point is if you have an ultra wide monitor, you could kind of peruse a grid of things pretty easily, like in big mode like that. This is kind of like how Pinterest works, right? I haven't been to Pinterest in a while. Let's look at Pinterest on my giant monitor. I got a lot of cool pins. Haven't been here in a long time. Bunch of AI. Is that Taylor Swift? Whoa. What did I click on here? That's interesting. Look at that hair. Holy smokes. Probably AI if I had to guess. Well, we're falling down a rabbit hole here. Let's go back to homepage. Look at some of my boards. Well, why not some web stuff? Web design, 146 pins. They're tiny. Can we zoom in? There should be like a slider here. Here we go. Default or compact? Holy smoking Toledos. Are we trying to look at these or just get bombarded to death by tiny images? No, long scrolling pages is not my favorite thing. UI kits are definitely more, you know, modular, and it's kind of cool. I mean, this is actually, here's what I do oftentimes. I'll copy something, I'll be like, yeah, that's what I want to do, and then I'll bring it in and paste it, and then try and build it. And I can, but you know, you gotta make a bunch of decisions. That's actually kind of nice there. Those separators, and I do need a menu system. I've never really built one out. I don't think, well, I built little pop-ups on occasion. It's not really hard to make an absolutely positioned thing pop up, but getting the hovers to work, and well, then how do you generate it? Like in WordPress, you had to generate these things from database code, so that got a little tricky, and you'd have to know where to, you'd have to go in and like create a new sidebar and add items to it. It's kind of this real wonky workflow. I feel like I downloaded this Grade UI kit. Was this for Affinity Design? It rings a bell. It's pretty nicely designed. The little X in the corners. It's more of like an operating system than a website, right? And that's kind of the feel that I want for mine. And frankly, this, I wonder what color this is. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. It looks blue. Let's do one of these and grab this and then look at the wheel. That is a blue color. That's the kind of root hue of this gray. I think mine is... Let's break it, and no, mine's a purple. You can kind of tell. Alright, so... This is kind of cool with the gamer photo behind this little card. Designing these cards is, there's so much potential, because like, look at all these different sizes. Every little size kind of allows a different amount of space. This is a pretty badass little menu system. I don't like how these menu titles cut across the whole thing and don't like look like they group anything. But I mean, it's, that background hover is pretty bold. It should match this gradient and it would be way better. I think if all the gradients matched that gradient, it would elevate the design. You got a lot of blues here. So when it comes to UI stuff, making a red button, doesn't that kind of put the brakes on? Like, you know, it's like an error or cancel or delete button or something. Like, whoa. But I don't know. Maybe that's what my little thing is lacking here. Where was a button? Did I even have a button? I had one on the other page there, the layout page. Tropical layout. Here is this one. This isn't really, I mean, it's so easy to make, but it is like the icon thing and everything. Let's see if I can get this one to fit. Let's change the thing, and I probably want to go Montserrat just because I have way more of that than the other one. And duplicate this and just chuck it in here. So these, I feel like these could be roughly the same size. And this is the other font, and it's not going to be perfect. These should be the same, like, these could and should probably, the way this is working is weird, be the exact same size. Font size, icon size, layout, spacing, everything very consistent. And then kind of want this one to be right aligned, but to do that properly, I could group these three, these three, Shift A to group them in an auto layout so that I can kind of manually adjust those three by themselves, and then basically the spacing on here can just go auto and it'll automatically shove it. Now this is kind of bad because it's I mean, it's actually kind of nice, but it's kind of the margin here. I have two margins. I have this one up here and this one down here, and they don't have to match, but like, I don't know, I guess that one kind of fits up there. It could be a lot closer, and this one could be bigger, but... Well, could an image go in this spot here? Can we do an unsplash on this? I think so. Unsplash. I do have a bunch of images. Save plugins. Unsplash. I have a bunch of AI images that are... they're very like neutralized, not like bold, vivid colors. Mostly a lot of whites and neutrals and whatever. They do kind of go well with design stuff. But what is the web OS? Can I search for web search? Maybe we just go with the lap. No, see, this laptop's not going to frame well at all. How about this one? No. Not even close. It needs to be tall and skinny, or just not too cut off. I could try to reframe any of them, but figuring out an image to fit that space is going to be pretty tough, I think. Something like this could work, or this one. Boom, I like that. It's just kind of like, I don't know, it's actually kind of distracting. And it's not clear what we're seeing here or what the point of it is. So it's actually maybe detracts from the design. I don't know if I like that any better though, so we're gonna, can we Control Z? Okay, we'll just stick with this for a second. Can I crop this thing? I don't know what that's gonna look like. It's kind of cool, but so stressful. Let's just see, Control Z it and go back to that. All right, so it's just trying to make the point that there could be a photo there. It's kind of a weird banner photo. You go crazy with it and put banners left and right and up and down and all over the place. Well, actually, selling ads space is, you know, a pretty useful thing to do on something like a Wikipedia. Well, so once I create kind of just these basic components, get them going on the website, it's not actually that hard to improve upon it. It's really that direction, that what goes where. Maybe the sign-in button has nothing to do with Google, and once you click the button, it just launches it. That's the way to do it, right? Like, they don't even need to know it's Google. Either they're gonna do it, or they're not. Like, either they see it's Google, and I mean, most people are okay with it, and if they're okay with it, they'll still be, you know, it's not like they need to know before they click the button. And it just kind of leans people into using Google, because that's what's there. But it kind of almost feels more like a link, like you're going to go to another page to see, you know, but it could just launch the authentication thing. And then it should probably redirect to like a welcome screen. Yeah, so I definitely want a number of people actively viewing the page, right? So it's like each one of these things, I was just thinking welcome, that's a good one, can now start to come to life. And then instead of having this, oh, you fucking, so this thing is no longer auto spacing. Let's set this back to this and then just delete this. And we probably have to reverse it in a second. I gotta figure out a better way to do that, but why is that so small? And Elijah, what on earth are you singing? Elijah? Hello? Maybe he's got headphones on. He's singing a not very good song about all the states of the country. What are you singing? Why are you ignoring me? Clearly you heard me or you wouldn't have said anything, and it seemed like, you know, if you hear something, stop and figure it out. Don't just let somebody yell at you if you actually hear them. You know you're singing out loud, right? Yeah. Were you wearing headphones, I'm guessing? You weren't wearing headphones? And you couldn't hear yourself singing? I can replay this, back up the stream and prove it to you if you don't believe me. I'm sure my microphone picked it up. But yeah, obviously I could hear you singing. Unless that was just some kid's voice on the recording that was not in great tune with the rest of the singers. It sounded like you. I don't mind if you sing, but like you could go in your room and close the door, for one, or... Fine. What?
Just tell me if there's any viewers.
Any what words?
Viewers.
Oh, viewers. I don't see the viewers, so I think Miles is the only one who might try and look it up. Was he still thinking about doing that, by the way? Because, well, it's unlikely that he would find anything that I care about, and there's been lots and like I've streamed for many hours a day for the last few weeks, right? And so, but I'm just kind of like saying whatever goes through my head. Sometimes I get angry and I'm swearing at the computer because it's like a bullshit process that is broken and it just pisses me off, and I'm trying to get through it. But sometimes I'm talking about things that might be, I don't know, like it's not terribly personal, but sometimes it is. And so if you realize that, you know, your friends are watching my streams, for example, you should come and tell me. And I think I'm going to delete a lot of them at some point once I get started. It's just like in the back of my head, there's a slight chance that somebody might stumble upon something and appreciate it, or well, I might actually try and back up all my recordings just for my own vlog. Like that's part of why I'm streaming and not recording, is because I don't want to fill up my hard drive. Does that make sense? All this video data that I'm sending to YouTube is extremely big. It's like gigabytes. I would guess it's a few gigabytes per hour. And so if I do that for 4 hours a day, I'm just filling up a hard drive. Like I only have so much hard drive space, right? So just so you know, when you're streaming or recording or whatever, you kind of want to be mindful of how much space it's using. And the tip there is you can stream to one of these cloud services for free and not have to actually record anything, not have to actually use any hard drive space. All right, so where was I here? Yeah, topics. I mean, this welcome thing here is sort of like almost like a topic page. I think this is a big part of what I'm missing here so far. So let's just call this topic. This could actually be like a topic page that's a meta topic. Spacing here needs to be, I think, a little more. I don't even know if I changed anything. I don't know if that matters. I don't know if they should be all even. Let's just Control-Shift-A that so I don't... Sorry, it's ungroup. Control-Shift-G maybe is ungroup? Control-Backspace? I think Control-Shift-G. Let me watch the layers here in the panel. Yeah, that's what I wanted. So now they should all three be in this one box. Okay. Elijah, you want to learn Figma design? Sure, but not right now. Well, I'm doing it now, and you might not get another chance to follow along, but I don't really care. It's up to you. I think you could learn a lot from it, but no, I liked it. Yeah, okay. So a topic page would be maybe more like one of these. I actually kind of like these very minimally spaced things. In fact, any one of these could go in there, right? Yeah, boom. Drag and drop, baby. Let's go. Any one of these in any specific order. Oh, wait, what? This is a little strange. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if these are all equally spaced. What was the separation on all these? Whoops. 27. 27, that's a weird number, but okay. This looks weird. Which one's fixed? This one's fixed. They're both fixed. Fixed. This one's fill, but they're... Anyway. I think maybe both going fill. Right in the middle. Not a bad way to go. So something like that could be kind of... These are bigger. These maybe go on top. In fact, whoops. I think... So let's go this up here, and then this up here. Boom! Look at that drag and drop. That's a pretty legit layout. It's like a layout engine. I don't know if I can create these so quickly with a UI just yet. I need to still get like stuff saving and loading and whatnot, but in due time should be able to whip shit out a little bit quicker. And well, so what is this little toolbar here? Is it even necessary? What if it just disappears? I think I just delete it and it shifts back into a... Now this is like, so this thing is growing and this is not as wide as my monitor. Well, I don't know how wide it is. 2,000 pixels. My monitor is like 4,000, I think. If we go 100%, this is 100%. So it's pretty wide and it could be responsive, so it gets wider and everything stretches. Yep, the width isn't actually that important. Sort of is, but we can work on responsiveness later. The question is, how do I structure all this stuff? What kind of content is good for modules? I mean, this is kind of like just a single column row. I'm not sure what's good for that. I mean, we could put an image on there. Designing these layouts, it's somewhere in between a few good options and infinite possibilities. It's like picking the right one is tricky, and I don't actually know what that is yet. I do just have this gut feeling that designing the topics, well, you could have naked areas. Essentially, you just get rid of the background and put content kind of floating in there where it does look like a big chunk is missing out of this flow. So I don't know if I would necessarily do that, but any of these cards could essentially be anything. And designing more cards, I think, is definitely part of the objective here, especially responsive cards. And I have all kinds of cards I could throw in something like this. I probably should just take some time to go through a bunch of my designs and throw a bunch of random stuff in here. That's kind of like what I was doing with this one, but with some shitty... I mean, this is the only designed one. I could kind of copy. Can that go... What if I paste that? Paste to replace? So it's like a hug. It used the hug layout instead of... It's kind of cool the way it's in the bottom like that. And it kind of fits, but spacing's a little broken. Probably less spacing here. Maybe a little more than that. Maybe more padding all around. I don't know. Also, the typography is important, but not entirely. Like, I don't think these are all fixed frames. This one's actually configured properly. I don't know if I want to set that all up right now in Figma. I probably should. I mean, I kind of have some stuff made already that I could lean on. Some of that mastermind. Well, this is the same frickin' theme, right? Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Where'd you go, April? April. Am I searching for something? Recents. Recently viewed. Where is April 20? Oh, this one? But this is the presentation. Oh, that's that one right there. Okay. So we could pull in any of these, but I really don't want like these. I don't really want these. I really just want some basic typography. That actually, I think, was on one of, no, it was on one of the different page, I think. I had, and here's a big old one. I had a little note section that was somewhat designed up. I was taking notes on it. It could have been, yeah, it's something like this. Should I bring that one too? They're basically the same thing, I think. I think that's probably, yeah, bringing in some tabs or something could be useful. An avatar type thing. This is like a design kit. It's not bad design. Well, let's throw this over there. Can we paste to replace? So this one's set to fill width. This one should be hug, height, hug. And then this one should be fill, height. Fill container? What? Why can't we do that? And we should be able to do it. This one's hug. This might be just one of those constraint. Oh, this is annoying. I don't know why. Oh, this is on wrap. Maybe that's why. We want this to be just this way. And then maybe it'll work. Okay. Sheesh. Well, the idea here is that this, as we duplicate anything, the whole thing just shifts around to accommodate it. Now, I'm not in love with these layouts here. It's not bad, but putting all these cards so close to each other and like this, it's pretty spacey. It's almost like presentational versus like detail oriented, like task based. Like, are we trying to tell a story or kind of, you know, make these big impressions, or are we trying to make like a UI card of some kind? This grid is kind of leaning towards the UI card angle, but this big, and you can kind of mix and match them a little bit, but well, could I create like the application interface already, build it into this heading and this kind of like setup? Well, what kind of well, so this, I don't know, we could have a topic as like a similar thing, but let me back that up and do the IDX here, which is sort of the beginning of the editing tool. And maybe then we could just duplicate this and make it a little darker. And definitely like put different shit in there. Could grab some icons. Didn't I have an icon list here and here? I could try and format this. This is actually pretty close in color to the primary color. Let's just switch that over and switch this whole thing. No, we need to undo that. We need to switch this one over. Then this one needs to, actually, I think we just go black and add a little of this. Is that really the primary color? That looks so bright and different than it was before. But we're going with it. Alright, so, well, where was the icon list? Here's a bunch of simple tabs. These are kind of nice. I just want to get this icon list. Let's copy, let's paste, not there. Let's get this over here. It's laid out pretty well, and if we just remove the, thankfully it doesn't have any background colors, getting that from the parent. We can just remove this. Can I control cut, and then I was gonna put that like in here, control paste. Okay, and then can we go this way? But then the width needs to definitely go fill. There they are. And then instead of white, we go background color to make it, we just delete this. Boom, doesn't that look nice? It's too spacey, but let's width, hug, no. I think actually I just want to drag this from fill to like fixed width. I could work on the alignment and size and spacing and whatever, but that actually looks pretty cool. Now there's not an active tab there. I think maybe this is a decent opportunity to do tabs. And maybe also this whole thing scales down a bit. Or we just get rid of the top and some of this top and bottom padding. It's kind of actually more of what I'm feeling. Maybe it could scale a touch. Just to make it not look so big, and then a little more of this top and bottom padding to match the size. I think it should have a little bit more top padding here just because it's that shadow and it's kind of nestled underneath there. It just kind of makes it feel a little bit more balanced or whatever. But definitely some simple tabs here. So like, where are my simple tabs? I was just looking at them here. So these don't have icons with them, and frankly, I don't think choosing icons is what I'm feeling right now. I think just going with some simple tabs could be. Let's throw this over here and just duplicate this whole thing. I'm kind of making a mess with this, but we're gonna chuck this in here, get rid of this one. That's already not terrible, but it's sort of like I want to just go darker so the area is. I don't know how I feel about this, having these tabs as navigation. I mean, for like a flow where you start here and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, like a series of steps, but well, you have to choose between one and the other, and are you sure you don't want to have both on the screen at once? Whenever you have to make that decision, it's sort of like, well, for navigation, you often have to pick one. You can't, if they're two separate sections. Yeah, I guess if you're gonna have a horizontal navigation bar, like the tab kind of appearance is not a bad way to go. This is properly responsive. I think these corners probably shouldn't be rounded on this one. Can I get rid of those? Am I on the right thing? I think so. Here we go. I think it's this I clicked to zero out. That's better. The shadow is being cast on there from above, which is fine. I think what I was going to try and do is all the white stuff in here was going to actually go. Let's actually make it red for a second just to make sure I don't mess this up. Then all this stuff goes actually just quite a bit darker. Maybe not too dark, but then, okay, so really all I need is, instead of this being this color, it's more like this color. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I think I wanted this, and then this, and then this. Okay. And then, fuck. How was I going to do this? I think I want, wait, what? That's interesting, but I don't think that's what I want. I mean, that's sort of what I want, but these need to get rid of their corner radius. I need one of these to be active, and then this one, and this one, and this one to not have the fill. That's what we want. Okay. So let's just take this one for now and see if we can, this is, I thought that was set up properly. This is just a fixed container. Oh, that sucks. So what if we take this and Control X and then take this and Shift Paste to replace? It seems to have messed up. This should properly hug. This one is fixed height and it needs to be hugged. Okay, there we go. All right, do I even like this? It's no, it's like it's clashing, but it's interesting. It could be recolored to be less confusing. It's all kind of jammed up in there. This could be like centered, I think, pretty easily. Maybe that's better. Probably better, yeah. Definitely looks like the header is like floating there, and these are just kind of crammed in. And so you could put some separation there with like this. Boom. That's not terrible. I'd probably go back to rounding those and whatever. But those tabs are super small. It looks partially weird because there's just nothing in here. Well, why don't I go and get something to put in there. I don't know, let's just copy this one for now and see if that fits in there. How about a paste to replace? I'm feeling those these days. We could fill container. I'm not sure how that image would respond in all the layouts. I think the layouts are pretty robust for responsiveness. Not entirely, but that's huge and unclear if it's like clickable or whatever. So I'm not really actually feeling that. It doesn't actually help this whole system that much, but anything can go anywhere, and designing the kind of visual flow of the information is important. Elijah, why don't you come here and check this out for a minute? Pause your video, and I just want to, if you never see this again, like maybe you never get into user interface stuff, but I don't know if so I'm working with layouts a lot here, right?
Okay.
And layout is basically what goes where, right? I was showing you these a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
And these little boxes, if you set them up properly, you can drag them around.
Yeah.
Like drag and drop them a little bit, but like where they go and how they fit, you know. It's like, watch, if I put this in here, it's going to stretch out, but does that look right? Well, it looks really wide. And so layout is just what goes where. Now, what does it look like? The little header here, I have a search bar there temporarily. Did I show you my logo, that it's the 42? Yeah. That's kind of cool. All right, so this header thing could go on the bottom, or it could go on the top. Like, I'm just playing around, but as you see it, you're like, okay, there's something going on there. All right, you see this sidebar here?
Is that where all tabs are gonna go?
Well, like, you could put whatever you want there. But, yeah, usually you have, like, a navigation. So one layout that let's see if I can, this one I call my tropical layout, just because of the, like, palm trees in there, but sidebar, navigation, with, like, oftentimes you have these little menus and navigation, right? Mm-hmm. And then you have, like, content area, maybe a banner image. But this isn't a very big layout, and if you stretch this out, you know, I was playing around with this and remembering that you can't just have one page fill out the whole thing, because if this text were actually longer, control copy paste space paste, you know, it fills the entire width of this thing. And when you're reading this, trying to track this all the way through, and then knowing that, you know, when you get to the end, you have to jump all the way back here and do it again, it's like, it's uncomfortable, right? The comfortable reading width is like half of that or less. So layout is what goes where. How does it all work? If you don't do layout correctly, it breaks. Like, this isn't set up properly. A lot of these aren't set up properly to grow. Basically, if you can duplicate stuff and it just, everything kind of flows naturally, then you have, you know, a good layout. But a lot of times, like, what if I duplicate this? It actually seems to work somewhat well. A lot of times I'll go and start trying to move stuff and it just completely breaks because I didn't have the layout set up properly. In Figma, that's called auto layout. This thing that lets you drag stuff around and reorder them. But you have to set up, there's like a bunch of properties in here for, it's really filling and hugging. Do you want a hug?
Why?
I was just saying earlier you should hug your children. Okay, in the design space, the parent hugs its children, essentially.
Okay.
When you set the layout to hug,
Mm-hmm.
then it basically means shrink wrap the children. So let me see if I can explain this. Let's say we had a rectangle, we have another rectangle,
Yeah.
and we click them and we put them in an auto layout, and let's add some padding here. That's weird. Okay, but let's add a fill to it. All right, the white one is the parent, the rectangles are the children, right? All right, so it's set to, the height is set to hug, the width is set to fixed. So the fixed width means it is what it is. You can set it to whatever you want. But the height of the white rectangle is set to hug, meaning it will, it really grows, but it kind of shrink wraps. It'll get smaller. The white square gets smaller when there's fewer children, and it grows with more children, right? So that's hug. The height here says hug after. Well, first it gives you the number of pixels, but afterwards this is drop down, and you can either set it to, if we set it to fixed and then duplicate, then you see what happens. Like the container is fixed, and even though the children are set to layout and still grow. And so you usually it would make more sense here to have it be hug, right? That just kind of, whoops. Not this one hug, this one hug. So clicking on the right one, if ever you're doing something and it doesn't work, you got to make sure you have the right thing selected. That's usually goes with a lot of things. But okay, so then I was kind of going through all these different things. This one's kind of cool. I have these icon items here. I stole them from a different design. These could be centered here. Aligning things sometimes, makes a big difference. Probably wouldn't do both of them. I don't know. Maybe that looks better.
Nah, I like the symbol up in the left better. Yeah.
I think having this align with this might make sense, or even all of them just kind of aligning over there somehow. I don't know. Playing with, so alignment. This is what layout is all about. It's like what design is all about. Designing stuff that looks cool, it takes a long time, and you have to play around with all the different options and think through like, how could that look? How else could I do it? Do you see this image behind this card here? The game controller?
Yeah.
None of the other backgrounds, or none of these other cards, I'd call these cards, these little things. Like these are cards. These are white cards. These are not white cards, right? This one has an image behind it. There's so many, these have images behind it. There's so many different simple techniques you can do, but each one of those little techniques often takes hours of messing around with just to figure out how to get it to work the first time. And then it takes a lot of practice to be able to do it in repetition. All right, here, last one. Come here. The tabs here, it took me a while to set these up. At first I had this with 0 spacing here, which was kind of the objective of... Sometimes you'll have... Where's my... the Firebase documentation here has this navigation row here, right? Has all these links, has highlights for, this one's activated. It kind of looks like a tab system. You know what the tabs are, right? These things are tabs. Chrome has tabs, Figma has tabs, and these are tabs here. Doesn't it look like tabs? We click on any one of these to switch between these things. Being able to construct the software the way that you want it to, making it look the right way is tricky. Tabs, I think, are a very intuitive, once you see it, you just automatically get how it works. You're like, oh, I can just switch through these little things, and if I need to go back, I can go back and forth and whatever, right? Like, it's very easy user interface. They're not actually all that easy to design. It takes a lot of, boxes and layouts and whatever to get them to work properly and to be able to add new things to them, and frankly to put content in those tabs I can't really do. I'd have to duplicate this whole thing and then make it look like the next tab is selected, right? And I could do that, but that takes a long time. And so anyway, I guess that's the gist of it. There's a lot of layout stuff going on here. I'm trying to figure out what I should put on my website and where. You might find yourself in the future dealing with websites and, well, they have to be responsive, right? They have to work well on a big desktop. So if I were to stretch this thing out, whoops, not this one, but this one. If I were to stretch this thing out, how does it look on, just the ratio of all the sizes, the height to width, essentially, it changes from one resolution to another. Actually, this looks a lot better when it's smaller, not gonna lie. the tabs up top. When it's bigger, it just looks, well, there's too much padding here. There's a lot of stuff going on. Anyway, I can tell you're trying to get back to your thing. Are you ready for your soccer game here in an hour? Go find your shin guards now so we're not playing that game. Shin guards and ball, please.
Okay.
And socks even. Like, why don't you just get ready? Well, I don't know if you want to wear your stuff for an hour beforehand. At least find your shoes and shin guards and socks. Know where all your stuff is. You don't have to put it on yet. Alright, so I was thinking about eating something before going. This is 5,000 pixels. The whole, like, all the ratios change for sure. Yeah, the tabs up there, they're too small maybe, but there's, I don't know. I think maybe having icons and having them, you know, way more space isn't a bad idea, but I don't like how there's this little row here that's just, it's not clear if this, well, so there is no background there. It's just showing the background of the whole document, and I could put a background on here kind of fill that in, but I don't think that looks any better. I could choose a color for it. In fact, I could kind of choose a color for the whole thing, but part of the objective here was to get this to flow into this light gray area. I was using the light gray area on the other ones, and like this one, and I was just trying to kind of convert these to tabs. Well, so it could be an in-between color back there. Why don't we do that? Why don't we select this and lighten it a touch? Oh, no, there. Well, I could put some shadows on there or something. That might be better. It's still just really white. It's way too, well, let's shrink this down because this is gigantic. 2000 is probably a better spot. I kind of think with this, I'm kind of feeling like scaling this down and then filling. And then maybe more padding or spacing in between. I don't know. It's kind of a weird setup here. Can we left align this? I don't know if that's what we want. It did it, but it didn't do it because these are set up kind of funky. They're filling all the space, and I'm not sure what's going on there. It's kind of a funny layout. I can vaguely remember setting that up. With like right aligned here and left aligned here in the center. It's actually not all that bad, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, maybe just putting something like this at the top. Not in there. Come on. Maybe like, oh my god. Well, let's go out here first. And then something like that. And then, am I breaking my one decent tab thing? Alright, let's just duplicate that there and then throw this in and fill it. I'm trying, this is sort of like a banner or can this hug? With hug. I'm just trying to think through, like, could I create, well, these tabs down here are actually kind of cool. Maybe the fill I put on there is no longer as useful. It's wedging these tabs in like this without some breathing room, I don't think is right. I don't know, how do I fix that? Can this thing just have top padding? There we go. That's kind of what I was just thinking, but yeah, getting tabs to flow from one section to the next like that as like a navigation bar, they could kind of go anywhere. I don't think you'd want these halfway down a page, just given the way, I don't know, you could do it, I guess, but like, well, so sometimes different tabs have different heights, and so switching is can be jarring to the whole experience. These are some tricky situations. I haven't really navigated all of these decisions. I mean, there's obviously a lot of little things that could be changed or thought through or whatever. I actually kind of like the background underneath the white header. That's kind of cool. It's very like seamless and well, and that could just be a reusable thing on whatever page I want to put a spacey like banner, and it could go there or it could go with the white sidebar. Frankly, it could go right there. Could we select this, take the image, copy, come up here, paste, boom. It's kind of cool. But I was thinking I mean, it could be kind of like a banner, you know, put this back as a sidebar. Here, well, it's sort of like this one. And then, alright, let's just duplicate. I think we want to enter and delete all this, and then take this and put it right there. Make it way smaller and fill, and then I could try and just undo the padding, but what I'm feeling here to get this working properly is that we need a new. Well, let's enter this. It might be not the worst idea. Let's also deselect. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Shift enter, enter. Control click this and control click. Hopefully I can find, yep, that one, and then Shift A. And then click on this and zero out all the padding, and then click on this and just throw some padding on there, and then we can go and get rid of this. There's this weird space in between left over, and probably the top padding on here. I think we probably want way more bottom padding than top padding is usually how I need to make sure we have the right thing selected. And well, so this one, why was this? I put it in the wrong one. Crap. Let's control cut and then control paste. Alright. And then, yeah, so for this one, and this one has a much bigger sidebar, which could, this is now running into the bottom one. Sometimes I'll line these all up and put them in a, fine, let's do it. Auto layout, auto layout, auto layout, auto layout, auto layout, all of these. Shift A. Now this is using wrapping, which actually isn't terrible. That's kind of like not bad because you can just duplicate them, but they jump around a bit. I think let's just go this way, and then I mean, there's a lot of them are so similar, but yeah, I mean, we don't need this one if we have this one, right? Well, so this is kind of a topic kind of a thing. This is more of the topic thing. So why don't we delete this and then bring this one, well, so this one is not so much the IDX as the topic type shit. And the IDX is definitely more like the panels and stuff, but I don't, you know, the top bar with just a search and the top bar with just a search area isn't really the thing for a tool, an editor tool, is it? Like, I don't know, it could be, but with your design space, you also, the way Figma has it right here on this screen is we got all the tabs at the top. There's a little tiny home thing. It's kind of some big dead space right here, which is a little weird, but kind of copy Figma's layout. That's kind of what I'm thinking. This could act, the logo could act like a home button or even a tab. Is the IDX also kind of a button or a tab? Sort of the page that we're on, and that page could load some sort of workspace configurator so that you can set it up how you want. That's a lot of complexity. I'm kind of just trying to get some simple content going. So the problem with not having a sidebar is that it has to go full width. The problem with having a sidebar is you have to, well, you lose a lot of space, but you got to put something in it. I don't think I like the double sidebar, but this is a huge banner that could have useful stuff in it, but it could also be a lot smaller, and then maybe for a lot of reasons we can tighten up this, I think. I don't know, it's sort of like Notions pages. You can add a cover image, and then, yeah, I don't even think that shows up in the, oops, in the gallery view. It's interesting. These are notes by day. Whoa, this hasn't loaded these. There's no way I have that much dead space. Is it possible? That would be crazy, man. No way. No way, dude. Oh, am I going in the future, does it look like? What? Oh, this is today. When I click calendar, it started up here. So, this is just the current month, essentially. Anyway, gallery. It doesn't show that image that we just put on there as the cover on the preview. Well, so these two sidebars are definitely conflicting. It's not that you couldn't do it, but this starts to get pretty complex. Like, we're gonna start trying to do drag and drop stuff or whatever. I do kind of like the little corner tab. It just draws my eye to it and makes me think that maybe there are some settings in there, but I like the simplicity of this one without any image on it. I think we could get rid of a couple of these, but I don't know, maybe I'll leave them just for shits. But alright, the tabs. I really think I could get the tabs to work. I think maybe part of it is they're just so small, right? That's definitely part of it. They're way too small. They could be capitalized. I think I can just... Are these all individuals? Alright, let's go into the individual ones and use K. Oh, no bueno. Why is this fixed height? Height should hug, and then enter, and then K, and then scale. Ooh, there we go. Now they're big tabs. Maybe too big, but that's kind of the name of the game, right? Like, how big are they? They're also the wrong font. They could also be Montserrat, and they could even be like bold or black. And they could even be auto capitalized. Wait, what? Why did that just... Do we have to click enter and I didn't? Oh, that was weird. But then smaller. I think they're too bold and they're competing with like the logo area and just in terms of prominence. So I'm gonna have to tone those back a bit. And now it kind of matches those words on the image there, but I don't know. I kind of think there's too much padding and whatnot. Ooh, that's weird. It's not set up properly. These aren't hugging. There they go. I think that's too small. Shift enter, enter. This one. So I could play around with that. That's starting to maybe look better. I don't like this little space here though. So, keeping it left aligned better. I actually maybe like that better, but maybe getting them both to have a certain amount of. Can we do this to like 0 and then drag it out? They're misaligned here, but we could maybe fix that. That looks kind of cool, I think. I would probably. Yeah, that's an interesting problem there. I think with this one, the first one selected, then it would line up right. But you have this kind of strange dynamic going on there with the selected tab. I think maybe doing kind of like a non-tab type visual for the main nav is better. I definitely don't like the way the top of the tabs are like nestled underneath. So even though the Firebase tabs are tabs, they don't look like tabs. They're not like a tab that flows into the bottom. It's sort of this active thing that I think it just sticks to the top, doesn't it? Which seems like it would get in the way. If I click around at least 12 times, I can find that website and actually look at it. So it shrinks. That's kind of interesting. The documentation title disappears. Those little things that you take for granted. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. If you hover back up here, you could have like this whole gray thing could be like a drop-down menu. I don't know if that would make sense with these like tab-like links on here, but I was just thinking, they have all these drop-downs. Instead of having it be just, a different one for each one, you could just have one big one where like if your mouse starts going to the top, the whole thing slides down and gives you like this huge jump menu. Honestly, a jump menu shouldn't be that hard to make, where you can get, it's sort of like this little bit right here. It's like, here's all your options. The problem is that you have build here, and you have build down here, you have run here, and you have run down here. That's really confusing. I never actually studied these enough to realize that there's duplicates there. A filter here, eh? Who knows what that does? That's kind of interesting. It must be client side doing that. The font is still kind of iffy. Close the side menu, bring it back. There's just so many things here. The heck is cloud messaging? They have a whole video about it. Send messages. I don't know if these actually mean like, I think they actually mean more computer messages. Actually, this might be what the thing was talking about for push notifications. Yeah, I think it is for notifications. All right, so I should probably get ready to go soon. Place this little soccer game with the children. But so putting tabs inside of a block or a one of these well type areas isn't a bad idea. It's well, what do we need the tabs for? It's like, well, I'm not 100% sure yet, but a lot of times I need more space and kind of in a way where you can click through them. But they are kind of tricky because of the way that they change height. So unless it's a fixed height tab section, that's kind of more just like this little interactive widget than a navigational thing, that could work. But I do think for what we're trying to do down here, I should move these closer so I don't actually lose them. I'm gonna feel like I'm losing them. I'm losing it, folks. Instead of having, I don't know, do I even need tabs? Probably not. Probably need a navigation? I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe I just go with what I got. Maybe I gotta stop thinking it through. It wouldn't be that hard to just do a single page thing. I would have to kind of think through the maximum width and whatever, but it could just be centered, or you know, if like this isn't there, it's way too wide. Well, how do I do that on Bob's site? I just a bunch of columns and stuff. I should send Bob an email and just let him know what's up, but I'd rather have something done. But I probably will send an email the next day or so. Oh man. I do like the button up there. It's kind of a nice thing. Could add it to the rest of them. I should have these more componentized so that when I change one, they all change. I don't know if the search bar is probably not all that feasible just yet because I don't know how I would actually implement that. And I do kind of like the topic having the full width banner, but again, this is 2,000 pixels and not, well, it's 2,500 pixels. It's not 4,000 pixels, and so that means that banner section, like fixed height areas, are kind of. I think it might be a bad idea because if you're trying to get this thing to respond, well, you kind of have to breakpoint them and then refix them, so it's essentially not even fixed. It's variable height, and then for different resolutions. And then if you're going to do that, why not just have it automatically respond? Basically, have some sort of scale property where the height is a multiple of the base scale unit, like an M or a rem or viewport width unit or whatever. It's hard to say. Yeah, and clamping the values, like I'm just thinking through all the struggles. Like I went around in circles with this, with trying to get Bob's layouts to work properly, and there's not really a good system that you can just apply to all situations. You have to like really think it through and make sure you cover all your bases, and that's kind of frustrating because I think it'll get a lot better in the future, but you can spend a lot of time not getting anywhere. Alright, so tabs probably not the best, at least this tab look. Can I like write in here? That's kind of interesting how that grows that way. Probably don't want that right now. Just delete that to clean it up. That was interesting. Probably then add some padding back there. Probably scale this down because it's so freaking big. Now that's a lot more usable, right? It's a little more friendly with this area. if I just want a simple note here, can I... Alright, let's take this one, duplicate it. Whoa. Shift enter, I think. Width, fill, enter. Width, I think we want these all to fill. But it's not laid out properly. What was I doing with this? We want it... Alright. Let's enter this one and set all these to fill. And then delete this one, and then make sure I dig in that one extra layer, and now either one of these tabs aren't good for using the tab look for the nav bar. Is okay, but kind of tricky. That's essentially all I have to say about that. That's kind of weird, but there's too much of this just kind of blasting around. I think if it doesn't add to anything, you just get rid of that one too. Make these top aligned, I think would look a little bit more natural, although yeah, if you just delete stuff, it probably looks cleaner, more usable. It's not bad, but there's like this gray area in the background here doesn't fit. If it did fit, then, well, making it fit would be tricky. It's either like you have this small area, or it's too big, or it's just, yeah, and these tabs nudging up against the top. If you don't have, I could probably put some space up there with this one. Let's see if that's probably not that hard, right? This one, top padding, I think it was. Boom. Well, so now you have this going on, but that, is that better? I think it's better, but I don't know. This looks kind of clean too, but I don't like how they're wedged underneath. So Control Shift Z, maybe we do that, but I don't think I like the tabs up there. Okay, got a lot of stuff to do. Definitely farting around with decisions that don't really matter that much, but figure out the navigation and what goes on the navigation. Creating like a jump menu so you can like get from one thing to the next easier is probably not a bad idea. How do you use tabs is really the question I'm looking at here. I think full width is tricky. How do you put them as one of these things, right? So we can't even duplicate this properly because it's gonna run away on us. I think we go over here. Let's duplicate this one. And I think maybe we just Control Shift G. Take this one and delete it. Let's even take this one and delete it. Super simple. And then do some tabs, or didn't I have some tabs floating around like right here? I mean, I could try and use the tabs I just fixed up, like not those, maybe these. Let me try and use these tabs. Control copy, but it's not a tabbed box. It's a tabbed area. Where did that go? Oh my god, I'm So this one's very boxy. And some of the other ones are more like fill the whole area. Let's see here. I think I just click this, Control V. Well, how do I get this? It's all this padding on the side. Can I just zero that out to make it more boxy? And then well, do I want it to be, do I want the active one to be white is kind of the question there. I think that's how the other one was set up. I kind of moved away from that, and now moving back to it is just a big pain in the butt. But I think, geez, there's too much shit in here. I think we can just take any one of these and put it here, and then get rid of all of these because they're crazy. And I just want this here as a filler. I'm gonna make this like green for a second, and then this one I believe is what should be white. Okay. And then this whole thing goes like, whoa, like probably have to fix the layout on this. Is this fill and hug? That's right. So it's set up to be sort of working. How do I get this right there? Okay. Can we duplicate it? Can we duplicate it and then Shift A and change the direction? It's kind of weird. It has too many parts to it. I guess we keep. Yeah, obviously this is. Control Shift G this. Oh man. But then we add the fill back. And now we have the padding, and we can. It's starting to look a little better. Why isn't this hugging this? Height hug. And it's possible it's not filling it properly. Let's delete this. And it's not filling it properly. I think this one just needs to go fill. That's way too wide, obviously, but oops, so I think it's, if we just duplicate this, it'll work. Okay, because I already had the extra container there. Let's make this one white, and then this one not. And then, okay. That's a little, the alignment here is a little weird, but you could just always have the active one be first and just swap the names around, but no, I don't think that. I think keeping things kind of more in place is a good idea. I don't know if tabs are good for like a filter thing, like sectioning, categorizing some set of things. Like that's not really, it feels bad to have these here like this, or at least for this purpose. I'm not sure. Tabs are just slowing me down, to be honest. I think we want to, oops. What is this? Why is there, I think we just Control Shift G this. I'm okay with it. I could have a footer somewhere. Where did my footer go? Here it was. Let's see if we can alt drag that in somewhere. Boom. It's not really the right spot. It should, wait, what? What the F? not moving? Is it like locked or something? Why can't I move this out? Holy shit, that was weird. I don't want it in there. I want it in there, down there. Fill. Alright. Well, so this is this padding or just a maximum width? Oh, maximum width. Let's say fill. And then the padding can be whatever it wants to be. Those are very spread out. I have some better footers I could try and find, but I do think having a header and footer kind of just wraps it up, you know, end to end. It makes it look a little more official, lets you know you're at the end of the page, gives it secondary navigation to find more stuff. The tabs are definitely not feeling it. The grids are a little tricky. All the colorful titles are definitely noisy and all over the place. I'll eventually hone in on what I'm looking for and get it together. I do think it's a massive step in the right direction to try and frame all my designs in a way they can be kind of shared on the website, which is slowly but surely kind of moving in that direction. I mean, I do kind of regress sometimes in my designs where it's like I have something that's better and then I go kind of towards something that's worse. This one's probably the best right here, right? Most complete. I could put this anywhere. And then Control V. Why is this not hugging height-wise? Hug contents. Boom. Get rid of this. Boom. Too wide. This whole thing could just be... Oh, no bueno. Phil? Elijah, are you ready to go?
No. I know where my stuff.
We should probably go soon. That looks pretty cool. Header, body, and footer all kind of wrapped up nicely. I actually really like it. It's top to bottom, end to end, no bullshit, you know, nice and clean. I think that's kind of what I should stick with for a minute, but I'm just thinking, like, how do I get these flowing on the site where I can actually see them and not forget about them? A lot of times when you make a page like this, it's just, you can link to it somewhere, but could I get a page preview system going? That's kind of what I was just thinking with in Notion, figuring out how to basically figure out a way to I don't know, like a system for automatically generating previews. I mean, if I were to look at my old site and that little grid of images or whatever, pulling some sort of preview, yeah, I mean, an image is the best preview, I think. Oftentimes, like some sort of responsive text kind of composition could be interesting. Oh yeah, so like these these bits here, like if you can get some cool looking typography going on. I don't know if you can put a stroke on text in CSS. You probably can somehow, some way. Or use Canvas to render it and do it mathematically, but I was just thinking I could generate previews of things kind of like with a typographic template like this. The problem is once you use it a lot, it gets old and then it like stops being cool and loses its like emphasis, especially if you overuse it too much. Although for a topic page, I don't know, just kind of messing around, but you know, the topic pages are important. They need to be, they don't have to be like the spacey design or whatever, although it could just represent like a space. I could try and create like the whole background that way. I think that'd be too much. I think the banner is kind of a nice little splash of imagery. I think doing some sort of mind mapping where you kind of create like a row of things here. It could be like little cards, you could swipe through them, or it could be a grid of things, but it's sort of like a jump menu of subtopics that are visualized, like visually anchored. It's kind of like this here where you have like this list of kind of subtopics, but if each one had a reasonably high resolution illustration, it's sort of like an icon, but it's explains what it is, and you had like a grid of them so that when people came back to the topic page, like for UX, you could have all the different kinds of UX. It could get a little messy depending on how you did it, but categorizing things I think is usually a good idea if it flows well. Like you don't want to have to search through 100 things to find what you're looking for. You want to be able to like quickly jump from topic to topic. It's sort of like a topic surfer. Wasn't this called welcome? Thought I changed. Yeah, one of these. Where was it? Right there. Welcome. This one has a sidebar. Yeah, getting a header and footer going for my website will definitely make it seem. It's amazing how just a header and footer can be like all you need, and then that little page. It's not going to get real wide without growing. Probably need to just scale it up. I don't want to scale it up too much, but like also don't want to get too wide. You could definitely just chuck a bunch of extra padding on there as you're scaling up to keep the text from growing too wide. I'll have to do that all in the browser. I need to get a better system for responsive typography in the browser because it's hard to get it working. What I'm really liking about this page look thing here, I mean, this is a little distracting. Potentially just hide that. I think it adds kind of a cool touch to it because the page is lacking some, or the whole design is lacking some color and whatnot. But with the whole page corner bent over and this whole page being like a page, it's sort of like a file, and something like that. mean, so these are awfully repetitive. I guess the thought earlier was the word here is sort of like the sub. It's like the path, the parent path, like the first path element, and then it's kind of just scopes the whole site into a certain topic area for like web stuff or whatever. And so then the page would be under like a category. Essentially, I'm kind of creating a note system, right? Like, I don't know. I'm really a bit lost in which direction to go in or what to work on next. I think the footer, getting just a simple footer, getting a simple page system set up. I kind of had that. In fact, for Bob's, what is it? It's like a. I'm trying to open RDB here real quick just to take a look at it. Could definitely just hijack some of these layouts. A lot of good ones in here, actually. Yeah, man, there's a lot of great layouts in here. Making them all responsive was kind of tricky. Not that tricky, but like, so with his, we got all of these. I should kind of be careful about doing this on stream because not like anyone's watching it, but I guess the quick gist is about the width here. It's like this was too big. I basically chopped these up into these more like less text heavy. Like this is too wide, I think. I kind of just went with it, but I tried to avoid big wide panels of text, and essentially I was able to do that. So the page floats over the banner, has like a textured background. Let's just take this and copy as PNG and then throw it over here. Whoops, no. Let's try that again. Copy as PNG. Wait for it to say copied as PNG somewhere. Where does it? There. Copy as PNG. You can hardly even see it. Must have been a big operation. Image resized. Fine. Looks like it chopped the height down to 2048 is like the maximum height, I guess. But yeah, so figuring out a way to have a banner. All right, let's actually just chuck this in here, duplicate this. This is what I should do when I'm working more, is just have everything. The problem is I don't know what happens. Let's just test something. I hope this doesn't crash. Oh, I can zoom way out. No, not anymore. I've actually hit the limit. It won't even let me go over there. That's a lot, though. Control Z, 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 Z. But clearly there's a limit. I would have to then, like, branch off in a different direction. But what I wanted to do here was see if I could get... Probably not this one, just this one. Duplicate it right here. How did I do that over there? Something to do with the backgrounds or spacing. I think this we can... We don't really want to do that, do we? Or do we want to do this? It's the same thing, sort of. Well, I think maybe I want to do this. Keep the text pinned to the top. Pull this down. Can we do side padding? No, that's the wrong way. We need to frame selection, auto layout it, add some padding. Enter, fill, what? Shift enter, no. What's going on here? Enter, this one needs to be fill. I thought I already did that. It's way too small, but I'm just trying to get the general flow thing. Alright, so I did add a bunch of padding here. I think... Oh, fuck. How does it... Let me just flip over there and check. How did I do this? So... The title... This thing... There's just two elements in this whole main area, which is the header and this thing. How do I do the... Oh, the banner is an absolutely positioned thing? It's not inside the main, though. It's inside the whole container. Let's turn off the banner here. And then main is just this box here. That's an interesting way to do it. I don't know if I would do that again. Maybe it's not the worst way. Where was I here? I don't really want to do that. I feel like I should be able to pull the thing up with like a negative spacing. It's just, I want it centered. Maybe it's just this top thing that I zero out. Is that all I need to do? And then click this and then Shift A and then negative spacing. Alright. We did it. Negative margins, essentially. That's kind of cool. And I think we just chuck all this stuff because I'm not really digging it. It's not terrible, but I think maybe a footer. I think we want to put it like up here and then nudge it down. I think the background on this could easily just be the right background color to match the theme. Although I don't have that anywhere else on this page, so it kind of stands out. I think if I started putting a bunch of things onto that color, it could be a little bit better. Now this thing is in the flow, and I can kind of add, no it's not, it's fixed height, but I could make it more flowy. And Elijah, let's make sure we don't miss your practice here, eh? It's kind of interesting. I think we need bottom padding here to get the right effect, and then we could add like a background to it, but or like a textured background. I have a bunch somewhere, but I need to get those more accessible. I don't like how light this is compared to the darkness of this spacey thing, but I also think this whole thing could just look way better if it were shorter or narrower. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe just get rid of that one or both of them or whatever. I don't know. It's kind of an interesting like hierarchy of organization. It's slightly advanced layout. I think this corner thing could definitely go darker. Not sure if that's going to be easy. Just to stand out a little bit more on the dark background. I could also do like the after school notes. I could put this corner effect on the bottom corner here. Could look pretty cool too, but I'm not going to do that right now. It'd take too long. At least I think it would take too long. I actually don't know. It's possible it wouldn't be that hard. feeling up for the challenge. Let's unlock the paper, duplicate this, and then duplicate. I think we can just duplicate the subtraction here. Why do I need to also add a... Let's do one thing at a time. What is this? This should be the overlay thingy. Whoops. Let's move this all the way over here. That is the darkened overlay that goes on top, but we want to subtract not just this one, but usually if you have, let me just make sure I got the right thing, yeah. And if I duplicate it and drag, yeah, that's what I want. Just looked funny before. Okay, so we just take this down here. Did that jump out of the page? I think it's actually still in the right spot. I think I need to rotate this around here and then go right here to get the, there might be a sliver of something leaking out there. I'm not actually sure. There it is. That's the paper effect, and on both corners. Kind of cool. I think the background here needs to be, it's not clear to me what this container is. This is just like a special container for these two things, but then why does it have so much spacing? Is that just, what is this space down here? Padding bottom? I think I added that, but, well, whatever. This basically is the background for this whole thing. I don't know if that works any better. Looks kind of cool. Double folded corners. Dear Internet, please help me. Alright, sign off.